So a lap and a half to go now for our under 11 and under 13 girls. So coming up towards the bell lap. Oh no, that's 2 laps to go, my mistake. 2 laps to go for them now. The tempo is really on here. So Amy Pollock from Albury-Wodonga still leading strongly from the front. Isabel Muscat from Brunswick in 2nd place. Indra Simons also of Brunswick 3rd. 4th place with the pink on her sleeve is Chloe Zheng of Preston. And there's a little bit of a gap there to Charlotte Woods of Blackburn.
Now someone's Hollywood doing it on around the outside of the center. So this one is 2 laps to go now. Looking around on the field, the fence is checking up the field. You can see as he's doing the now attacking off the front. He's tried it a couple of times before. The field's always coming back. They're not only getting back to the podium there, so this is coming back to a slow start. He's coming around turn 3 with a good lead. It's probably 5 or 10 metres to Kennedy. Coming up towards the line, and a little bit of Kennedy who takes the lead. Second place there for Jed Chester. There's a road line between Tommy Bananaman and Jonathan Pope in the start of the game. Again, a reminder to all riders, if you have finished in the places that have earned yourself some prize money, please make sure you head down to Laurie Norris at his desk there, just near where the commentators are set up. Laurie's going to be a very, very popular man today, I think. Everybody's going to want to be his friend today. Head on down there and get your prize money sorted before too long, and then celebrate. Next event on track is event number 4 from a 115 track race. This will be an 8-lap track race. Again, the first prize, $60 for the winner, $45 for the second, $35 for the third, and $75 for fourth. Then some of these juniors will pay $25 for anybody, perhaps because of their parents trying to pay $25. So you want one fourth place finish to come even, and then anything after that is money in your pocket. So 9 riders taking to the start of this one. From the field at the moment is Royal Blue, the white he's taking in the colours outside and Elimination today. So they'll have public coming into it. So Hampton racing spot a number of riders in this junior field here today. They're coming to their teammates on track a little bit later on. I've also got a master's team that races a number of disciplines, including road, track, gravel and cyclocross. Under 15 years of the shoot that championship here last weekend, 6 in the black and green. He's right from Broadway Cyclocross. So 3 laps to go now. Only riders who tend to look around for the time being. The Joker in the back is coming to the front of the field now. He's from Mount Melbourne Cyclocross. He's actually come to the States to race for the Speed of Melbourne today. He's perhaps the unfamiliar figure in this under 15 women's field. Most of the rest of the riders will have raced with each other several times before, not least here at the state championship last weekend. Tempo starts from the street today, coming up to about half an hour. Robbie comes starting on the front there, and last weekend, the state sprint champion Olivia Chupa Chup coming to the court. Chupa Chup had a tall rider on the run with cycling club. Challenging running out of the start of the of Stuart Code there with Fox the other nowhere. So Casale has now been overtaken by Stuart Code. Fox is also in there, coming up towards the line. Fox challenging away. Oh, very close on the line. Decided by the back row there to Given the win in the end, and number 42, Asher Cross, we're going to come back, number 15, winning the strap race, second place for number 41, winning the Lycra Track, third for AusCycling, and number 49, Crystal Gill, crossing the line in fourth place. So this under 15 men's speed grade, an 8-lap start race. This is sponsored by the History and Heritage Committee and Field Committee. Thank them for their contribution against $50 to the rider who finishes in first place, $45 for second, $35 for third, $25 for fourth. There are a field of 6 riders here. Headed podium from the AusCycling club and invited inside. Swinging up the track there, off the digital from Brunswick. Beautifully colour matched the kit to the bike off the digital. Skin suit is a bit of a vintage specialised touring or version from about 15 years ago. It's one of the red and white, and then it's got a red bike with white upside. So you believe that matchy colour coordination in your kit is able to give you an extra few seconds of aerodynamic advantage. I certainly do, and also visible, I think it's in for a good day. So 4 laps to go now for 6 riders in this 115 and leading field. Evans Owen, happy to take up the pace making at the front. Velodrome in second and third, we were sporting it in the black and colours in Malaysian national team that he's just moved to the back of the field there on his red bike with the colours black, white, and red, and for a field is our Chupa Chup. 3 laps to go. I would say this race has been kind of almost introspective so far. No one's really wanted to put forward their mark on the standard stuff yet. And it's the tall figure of number 4, with black and orange with Brunswick Cycling Club. So let's back there, keep your guys to the left. Just maintaining a watch on his rivals here. And Chupa Chup in the first year at the moment, checking over his shoulder as dribbles wide and Charlie Pearson now starts to run things up. So Chupa Chup now at full standing sprint there, that's really on the out. So Joe Hall will run the national around the outside of this group wide there. And Joe Hall will move to the front of this 115-man speed race. Joe Hall with a good lead. He's not out of turn 4. Chupa Chup in second, but he's not going to challenge Joe Hall. So Joe Hall back first. And it was AusCycling in second place. Charles Newton in the end, who got on in third. David International in fourth spot, it was indeed. So Joe Hall, winner of the under 15 men's B grade scratch race, presented by the History and Heritage Committee of AusCycling Victoria and Bill Liddy. And the under 15 men's B grade, and they're on track, and 15 men's A. We'll see the whistle, and they don't know, it'll be 8 laps of track racing for them as well. Prize money on the line with all that scratch racing so far, $60 for first place, $45 for second, $35 for third, $25 for fourth, and this race being sponsored by
Club. So our field's coming through, 6 laps to go now, as it is Lucy Wilson in the gold and navy blue of Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club coming through from a turn. Then it's Gabby Rojo Rodriguez, the rider in the white, black and red from Blackburn. Nicola Morris is in the colours of Geelong Cycling Club, the navy blue sleeves and the orange torso. Chavi Tunksale, the tall rider, in the teal there of the Meridian 99 Bikes team. So the pace really starting to increase here. Isla Shaw just checks over her shoulder and see what sort of hurt she's putting on the rest of the field at the moment. Isla Shaw's been on a fantastic run of form lately. So I think she will be the rider that most in this field will have their eyes on. So if it comes down to a one-lap sprint, Chavi Tunksale also packs a real punch. So coming through 3 laps to go now, and it is Tunksale who comes through at the bottom of the track to take a turn. Isla Shaw, a standing sprint from the rider from Shepparton, increasing the tempo down the back straight. Gabby Rojo Rodriguez is quick to notice the danger. So Rojo Rodriguez coming across to Shaw there. Shaw swings up the track and can see she's not going to get away quite that easily. So some calls from support from the infield there, as once again the field has caught up to Isla Shaw. So Isla Shaw has stretched the elastic a few times so far, but hasn't been able to break it. She's going to try again as they come through 1 lap to go now. So Nicola Morris from Geelong in second wheel at the moment. Chavi Tunksale trying to catch onto the slipstream, but the elastic is stretching there. Shaw still looking strong. Nicola Morris looks like the only one who can challenge as they come out of the last turn. Morris tries to come around the outside, can't do it, so Isla Shaw takes the win there. Nicola Morris second, Chavi Tunksale third, and it was a throw to the line between Gabby Rojo Rodriguez and Lucy Wilson for the 4th and final cash scoring spot. So results posted there, Isla Shaw taking first place, Nicola Morris in second, Chavi Tunksale in third, and it was Gabby Rojo Rodriguez, the Blackburn rider, crossing the line for 4th place and pocketing $25. Okay, a quick game's a good game, so we're going to keep rolling on. This is under 17 men's B grade. A 10-lap scratch race for them. This one is being sponsored by Peter Phillip and Daryl Letchford. So we thank them for their contributions to this fantastic prize pool here today. So 9 riders taking to the start of this under 17 men's B grade field. So 7 Victorians, 1 Queenslander and 1 South Australian in this field today. The Queenslander is currently in 3rd wheel there in the navy blue jersey. That's Archie Lutz from Sunshine Coast Cycling Club. And the 1 South Australian in the field is Miles Kroon from Mount Gambier Cycling Club. He's just swinging into his position at the back of the field. So not a lot of looking around from our under 17 men's B grade at the moment. They seem pretty keen to lift the tempo early and often here. So it's been a pretty consistent rolling of turns at the front here. Everyone keen to keep things moving along and see how quickly they can get to the sprint for $60 at the end. So Miles Kroon, the Mount Gambier rider, just checks down the track. The man in the all black with the white helmet there is the rider from Bendigo. That's Parker McCulloch, one of 2 riders from Bendigo and District Cycling Club in this field, along with his teammate Odin Dean. Odin Dean recently named to the Victorian squad that will be contesting the national championships in Queensland in a few weeks' time, as it's now Rigby Colgrave from Brunswick Cycling Club in the black, white and orange now going off the front. So Rigby Colgrave has wound it up from a fair way out. We saw it not quite work for Ari Riley. Rigby Colgrave has gone a bit closer to the finish than Ari Riley did. He's only able to gain a few metres of advantage before the rest of the field manages to catch up. They're coming in towards the bell now. So this will be a very chaotic last lap. So Arnav Chakravarthi in second wheel there, the rider from Blackburn. Elliot Burney now starting to come around the outside in the green, the rider from Brunswick. Chakravarthi leading them into turn 3, coming up around the outside of them, the rider in the light blue there, coming up towards the line. Chakravarthi versus Burney. Chakravarthi it is who gets the win. So Arnav Chakravarthi, who saw his brother race a couple of events ago, gets the chocolates in that one. Elliot Burney in second. Odin Dean, the rider in the light blue jersey, it was getting third place. And the South Australian Miles Kroon crossing the line in fourth. So as our men's under 17 B grade make their way off the track, men's under 17 A grade now up and going. A 10-lap scratch race in prospect for them, and some real hitters in amongst this field. Some real names to know for the future. And if the last race for our under 17 men's B was pretty rapid, I'm expecting this one to be as much, if not more so. So our under 17 men's A grade 10-lap scratch race, event number 9 on our program, being sponsored by Chris Reinmuth and legend of Australian cycling John Iffy Trevorrow. So this will be the last of our scratch races at the start of the morning. So our next event will start moving into some handicap racing, which is some of my favourite racing to watch on the track. Now, a reminder, if you are racing in the handicap races, that will be a push start. So if you have not got a pusher organised, if you haven't got a parent, a friend or a helper who's willing to give you a shove to get you started, put your hand up and we'll try and find someone to help you out. So 7 laps to go now as under 17 individual pursuit state champion Jack Panozzo from Italo-Australian Cycling Club. We're in the colours of Italo-Australian Cycling Club. He's registered to Carnegie Caulfield, just swung off the front. It is now Carnegie Caulfield's George Mulhern in the two-tone green of the Nostromo Attacker Caish team. The senior members of that squad currently in action at the Melbourne to Warrnambool Cycling Classic for the elite men. I believe one of them is actually in the break. As just looking around there, the tall figure at the front, number 40, is Archie Martin from Carnegie Caulfield. He's now going to have to chase down his clubmate Jasper Griffiths in the black and red. That's the colours of the old Focus Attacker cyclocross and off-road racing team that was active in Australia and won a couple of national championships about 10 years ago. So Jasper's found himself one of their old skin suits. He's certainly riding well enough that he might be in the mix if that team was still around. Unfortunately, they've since gone the way of the dodo. So after that little surge there, the pace eases again. Everyone has a chance to take a deep breath. We do have one interstate rider in this field, just at the bottom of the track in the navy blue is Oscar Pither from Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils Cycling Club. So he's made the trip across from the Apple Isle to race with us in Melbourne. So fantastic to have riders coming from far and wide to join us for the action here in Victoria. 2 laps to go and Jasper Griffiths has wound it up again. Coming around on his right shoulder now, Omar Kamizi from Brunswick Cycling Club in the bright blue of the Teranganu Cycling Club team. Jack Panozzo of Italo-Australian also there. So Panozzo and Kamizi, who wear numbers 1 and 2. Panozzo it is who's now leading them down the back straight. Kamizi trying to get across, but he's losing a little bit of ground here. He's losing ground to Panozzo, but he's holding strong in second. Jack Panozzo checks over his shoulder and takes the win. I think that was Joe Natoli from Blackburn Cycling Club in the black, white and red, just pipping Omar Kamizi for second place there. Indeed it was. And then the tall figure from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club in the navy blue and gold, Ewan Brown, crossing the line in 4th place. So that concludes our scratch races for the morning. So we've got the simplest form of track racing out of the way. We've raced around, and first over the line has been the winner. And the winners have soon eagerly made their way over to Laurie Norris and his pile of envelopes there. So our next event will be the first of our handicap races. One of my very favourite cycling events. There's always something to watch in a handicap, and it's the sort of event where riders of all abilities can come away with the victory if they're on good legs on the day. So we'll run through our start list for our under 11 and under 13 girls handicap. This will be a 4-lap handicap. So our limit rider, starting from 120 metres, will be April Koch. Starting from 80 metres, Charlotte Woods. From 75 metres, Hayley Bain. From 70 metres, is Violet Bartlett. From 25 metres, Indra Simons. From 20 metres, Chloe Zheng. From 10 metres, Isabel Muscat. And Amy Pollock will be going off the line as the rider off scratch. So no handicap whatsoever for Amy Pollock in this 4-lap handicap race, which is being sponsored by Vanessa Boff and Tim Decker. Tim Decker will be a name familiar to plenty of those in the Australian cycling scene, one of the masterminds behind the Brennan cycling team that is also currently competing at the Melbourne to Warrnambool Cycling Classic, and current home team of the Australian men's national road champion Pat Eddy, who unveiled a brand new bike yesterday in the traditional green and gold. And I'll tell you what, it is a very nice machine. If you get a chance, go on Instagram and check that out. It's very much worth your time. So we are just waiting for the all clear from the commissaires. It will be a 4-lap handicap with a push start. Riders ready. Attention. All right, the whistle blows and off we goes. So 4 laps of handicap racing there. Your limit rider, April Koch, in the bright green helmet, starting with a handicap of 120 metres. It's a good head start, but she's got the rest of the field trying to chase her down. So as they go through 3 laps to go, April Koch, the first rider to cross that line. And it is Maya Moore in second place. Violet Bartlett and Hayley Bain also trying to come across, as the 2 scratch riders at the back, Isabel Muscat and Amy Pollock, trying to team up to haul back the riders who are at the front of the field. So April Koch, the young rider in the green helmet from Brunswick, still leading them, riding on the Côte d'Azur now as she comes through 2 laps to go. The field are starting to close in a little bit here. Maya Moore in the green jersey in second wheel, and Hayley Bain there on that bright yellow bike, also making good progress forward. Chloe Zheng from Preston now starting to make a move around a couple of the riders there. Chloe Zheng in the pink sleeves now up to second wheel, and she's got the limit rider April Koch in her sights. So coming up towards the bell now, 1 lap to go, but our scratch riders have closed in on the back of the field. So with 1 lap to go, Chloe Zheng leads them through the bell. April Koch in second place, but everyone else closing very fast now. Chloe Zheng leading strongly down the back straight. She's looking good for the win. Amy Pollock, our scratch rider, now up to second place. Isabel Muscat also coming forward. So Chloe Zheng checks over her shoulder one last time, but she's going to hang on. So Chloe Zheng will take the win in the handicap. Amy Pollock crosses the line in second. Third, it is for Isabel Muscat, and it was Indra Simons with a late flurry taking 4th place. So a very interesting race there with Chloe Zheng, one of our mid-markers, ending up crossing the line in first place. So she'll pocket not only the $60 for the victory, but also a bonus $50 voucher from VeloPro, purveyors of fine track cycling accessories and various bits and pieces to make you go faster. They've got a particularly good range of aero socks as part of their collection, so I dare say a $50 voucher would get you a good start on at least one pair of aero socks and probably two. All right, next up is our handicap for under 11 boys. Our limit rider, starting from 140 metres from Brunswick, is Akashar Ahmadi. Then Dominic Muscat from Brunswick will start from 130 metres. Alex Pollock from Albury-Wodonga from 110 metres. Rafi Moulds from Brunswick starting off 100 metres. George Sharp from Brunswick starting off 35 metres. Henry Ladner from Brunswick will start off a mark of 30 metres. Rhett Dempster, also of Brunswick, will start off 10 metres. And Ralph Hopkins, again of Brunswick, starting from scratch. So we're just waiting for all of our riders to find their spot. I think young Alex Pollock from Albury-Wodonga just heading into position now. Oh, he's got a pusher, that's good. So this under 11 handicap for our boys will be 4 laps, sponsored by Westland Electrical, with a $50 bonus VeloPro voucher for the winner. Riders ready, attention, whistle blows and away they roll. A good strong start and a couple of nice pushes there. Oh, I think we've had a faller. I think a rider has taken a tumble there. This may necessitate a restart. All right, we're going to keep going. So our leader at the moment is the Albury-Wodonga rider, Alex Pollock. So he's in the navy blue and gold at the front there. He's being chased down by Dom Muscat from Brunswick, the small figure in the blue helmet there. He's got Rafi Moulds in the green helmet right on his hammer. Then a little bit of a gap there to number 66, Henry Ladner, and George Sharp. George Sharp in the white helmet there. And our 2 scratch riders, our 2 riders starting right from the back of the field, with a bit of work to do. So it's a gap of about 50 metres for Ralph Hopkins and Rhett Dempster as they come into 1 lap to go. Alex Pollock still leading, but now it's George Sharp making his move. George Sharp now coming up and around the outside in the white helmet there. Henry Ladner now trying to respond. Ladner now making some good progress across. As further back, Dempster and Hopkins are charging, but they might have left it a bit too late here. Coming up towards the line now. And it will be, oh yes, a win there for number 75, George Sharp, just ahead of Henry Ladner. I think it was Rhett Dempster who came across the line for 3rd place. And then 4th was between a fast-finishing scratch rider, Ralph Hopkins, and Alex Pollock from Albury-Wodonga. It was indeed Alex Pollock, our 110-metre rider, who was crossing the line in 4th place. So an excellent handicap there for our under 13 boys. I think our fallen rider Akashar Ahmadi is now being attended to by the first aid folks. Hopefully he's all right. So our next race on track will be our 4-lap handicap for our under 13 boys. This one being brought to us by Eddie O'Farrell. So $60 for first place, $40 for second, $30 for third, $20 for fourth, and a bonus Pedal Mafia accessory for the winner as well. So your limit rider starting from 160 metres is Phelan Allen. Starting from 100 metres, Iraklis Hatsis of Preston Cycling Club. Solomon Collingwood of Ballarat Sebastopol Cycling Club starting from 65 metres. Jonathan Koch from Brunswick starting from 40 metres. Toby Hanger from Preston will start from a 30-metre handicap. Jed Dempster from Brunswick starting off 10 metres. And Aziz Kermizi from Brunswick starting from scratch. So just waiting for our last couple of riders to get in position along with their helpers. Riders ready. Attention. Whistle blows. 4 laps ahead for these riders. So our limit man starting from the very front of the field, the youngster Keirin Allen from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club. He's certainly pedalling hard in the early stages as he comes through. 3 laps to go. He's got a good lead here. Herakles Hatsis from Preston, the next to come through. Then it's Sol Collingwood from Ballarat Sebastopol Cycling Club. A little bit of a gap there to Jonathan Koch and Toby Hanger. And then another pairing right at the back there, Aziz Kermizi and Jed Dempster. So coming through 2 laps to go. Keirin Allen just checks over his shoulder there in the helmet that's come straight from the skate park. It will definitely be aero. He just checks over his shoulder to see what sort of a gap he has on the field. Sol Collingwood is the next one to come across. He's still 50 metres behind at least is Sol Collingwood, but the field now starting to close in, coming past a lap and a half to go now. So Keirin Allen still leading them as they come up towards the line, getting the bell for 1 lap to go now. Allen has held on bravely here, but it looks like Sol Collingwood is going to catch and pass him coming into turn 1. The rest of the field really has their dander up now, chasing hard from behind as it's Toby Hanger from Preston, now trying to close the gap to the solo leader, Solomon Collingwood. So Collingwood looking good here, coming out of turn 3. The field closing in quickly. The AFL season doesn't start till next week, but Collingwood already have a win on the board. Sol Collingwood takes the win. That was Jed Dempster, I think, getting 2nd place from the field, just ahead of Toby Hanger and Aziz Kermizi. So Solomon Collingwood in the bright pink helmet and matching pink gloves takes 1st place there off 65 metres. Jed Dempster in 2nd, Toby Hanger 3rd, and our scratch man Aziz Kermizi crossing the line in 4th place. Okay, so with our handicaps for our under-11s and under-13s now completed, we're now going to move on to heats for the Victorian Keirin Championship finals for our under-15 men. So the riders in our first heat getting ready to go. I think we'll have a brief interlude here while we test the Moto Derny and just make sure everything is in good working order. So if you've not seen a Keirin before, this is the track event where riders are paced behind the motorbike Derny for half the duration of the race. So it's a 6-lap race. The first 3 laps, riders are paced behind the Derny as it gradually increases in speed. Riders are not allowed to pass the Derny until it pulls away from the track. Once it does that with 3 laps to go, riders will race full out for the final 3 laps. First one over the line is the winner. So for our under-15s, we will have 2 Keirin heats, with the first 3 from each heat going through to race in the Victorian Keirin State Championship final, which will be a little later on in our program.
Thank you. I was just going to ask you to do that, Tom.
Reading your mind, Dave. In your brain.
All right, our Keirin is just about to get underway. If we could have a few extra sets of hands in the start straight to give our riders a hold. So riders will be starting from the base of a holder rather than from the fence. So we could have a couple of extra sets of hands to make sure that our 7 riders in this first heat get away nice and cleanly. That would be great. I think we might just need one more set of holding hands to help out Zikri Fouad here. Oh, yep, there we go. We've got a volunteer. Excellent. So riders now in their corresponding spots on the start straight. Just checking that everyone is stable and ready to go. The journey will come around shortly. Okay, so off and rolling for the first of our men's under-15 Victorian Keirin Championship heats. So as they settle up behind the journey, we'll run you through the competitors. In the green, in first position behind the journey, is Adama Waidrogo from Carnegie Caulfield. Second wheel there, number 33 in the colours of Blackburn with the long red sleeves, is Arav Desai. Third place in the black of the Malaysian national team is Zikri Fouad from Brunswick. Then in fourth wheel in the navy blue and red, our South Australian visitor, Jack Pentland from Norwood Cycling Club in Adelaide's inner eastern suburbs. Then in fifth wheel, just moving up a little bit there in the white helmet and the white, black and red jersey, Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn. Thomas Perry is the rider in second last wheel in the navy blue and gold of Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club. And in the colours of Blackburn with the black and yellow helmet on the back of the train at the moment is Arav Chakravarthi. So first 3 finishers from this heat going through to the under-15 Keirin final. Plenty of riders will be looking at Adama Waidrogo, the Carnegie Caulfield rider, at the front of the field as the man to beat. Waidrogo just checks up the track there as Perry, the rider from Albury-Wodonga, now starting to come forward. So tempo starting to increase. Coming through to 2 laps to go now. A little bit of looking around and jockeying for position here. Riders want to make sure they've got room to accelerate if possible. Could be a problem there for Arif Desai and Zikri Fouad, who are trapped against the bottom of the track. They have to wait for others to make their move before they can go. Speaking of making a move, Jack Pentland, the South Australian, now throwing his cards on the table, challenging Adama Wadrago around the outside. So Wadrago now leading them into the back straight there. Arif Desai, who's been in cracking form lately, now making a move as well as they come into turn 3. Wadrago's going to lead them out into the home straight. Wadrago's looking good. He will qualify for the final. And then the next two will be the Blackburn teammates, Leroy Bartlett and Arif Desai. So Wadrago, Bartlett and Desai, all riders from the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, 2 from Blackburn, 1 from Carnegie Caulfield, our 3 qualifiers for the final. So the first 3 laps in our under-15 men's Keirin State Championship, or the first 3 spots I should say, in that championship now decided. We will have another heat for our under-15 men to see who will match up against them in that Keirin final. And while we wait for the riders in our second heat to get into position, the canteen in the infield is now open for business. So if you're looking for a little bit of refreshment or something to keep you going through the morning's racing, spectating or watching, be sure to head on over and give them your hard-earned cash, and I'm sure you'll get something very tasty in return. So our second heat, sponsored by Arboretum Farm and Nathalia Tree Wholesale. So Nathalia in the north of the state, just about halfway between Shepparton and Echuca, right on the border with the Murray River, home of the dynastic Nathalia Purples in the Murray Football League, if you care about your AFL. The Arboretum Farm in Nathalia is sponsoring this second heat of the men's under-15 Keirin State Championship, and we thank them for their patronage. So as they are lined up behind the Derny, in first wheel at the moment in the black and orange of Brunswick Cycling Club with the white stripe down his helmet is Michael Moulds. Second place is the rider who attacked from long range in this scratch race, Ari Riley of Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Henry Grigg in the colours of Blackburn Cycling Club with the red helmet in third wheel at the moment. Then it's the tall figure of Jonah Hall in fourth place, getting a great draft off him in the navy blue. In fifth wheel is Carnegie Caulfield's Charlie Pearson. Oscar Dizeldorp of Brunswick is in the white and red in second last wheel. And bringing up the rear, at least for the moment, is Evan Tobin of Geelong. So the Derny hits the blinker and swings away. Almost immediately, number 32, Michael Moulds, the Brunswick rider, swings up the track and swings his elbow out to try and get someone else to come through and take a turn. Charlie Pearson considers it for a moment, but doesn't want to be right at the front just yet. So again, the first 3 riders from this Keirin heat will make it through to the final. So a bit of looking around as it's Evan Tobin now winding it up at the bottom of the track. He's decided that his best chance is to try and go from long range, as Ari Riley did in the scratch race earlier on. With only 2 laps left, no one's willing to give him too much space at the moment, as it's now Michael Moulds, who initially led them out of the start house, coming through as they get the bell. 1 lap to go. Henry Grigg from Blackburn now looking strong into second place, and the early attacker from the scratch race, Ari Riley in the navy blue, is also there. So Henry Grigg leading them into turn 3 and looking strong. Ari Riley also there. Michael Moulds and Jonah Hall going to fight it out for that last qualifying spot. So Grigg takes first, Riley second, and then a throw to the line between the 2 Brunswick clubmates Jonah Hall and Michael Moulds to decide the final spot in our under 15 men's Keirin State Championship final. We'll just wait for confirmation from the commissaires as to who got the win there. I think it may have been Jonah Hall. It was indeed. So Henry Grigg of Blackburn takes first place, Ari Riley second, and Jonah Hall in third. So we'll see those 3 riders in the mix for the Keirin State Championship a little later in the program. I've just been informed by the folks in the middle of the track at the Brunswick Canteen that the barbecue is hot and there are sausages ready. So if you are looking for a little bit of sustenance to get you through the rest of the morning or indeed into the afternoon, Brunswick Cycling Club have got their barbecue set up in the middle of the field, and I'm sure they will serve you something just to your personal taste. So this will be the first of 2 heats for our under-15 women's Victorian Keirin Championship. 4 riders taking to the start. 3 riders will qualify for the final. Whistle blows and our riders roll away. So 3 riders in black in this field. I'll try and help you determine who is who. So in the bright orange shoes, coming up in first position behind the Derny, the skin suit of the bike gallery shop from here in Melbourne, is Crystal Gill of Brunswick Cycling Club. In second place, the odd rider out, not in the traditional Melbourne black on black, in the colours instead of Giant Hampton Racing, is Parabi Tunksale. Then in third spot is number 46, Amelia McLean from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. And then on the back of the field in the bright white helmet, the rider from Mount Gambier Cycling Club, Anna Lecornu. So this should be quite a good race between these 4, I would suspect. Parabi Tunksale has been in quite good form as of late, had a very good performance in the individual pursuit at the state championship here last weekend. I think she might have won the bronze medal if memory serves. So the Derny swings away, and it's Crystal Gill also now moving up the track, deciding that the 3 laps she's led to this point are enough at least for now. So Tunksale coming through into first wheel now. So Amelia McLean, the rider in black with the white stripe down her helmet, just sitting right on the wheel of Tunksale at the moment. No one willing to make a move now as they come through 2 laps to go. Looks like this will be a 1-lap sprint royale, so there will be 3 riders of these 4 going through to the Victorian Under-15 Women's Keirin State Championship a little later in this heat, presented by Matt Gould. So thank you to Matt for his patronage. So Paravi Tunksale now winding up the pace a little bit. Amelia McLean from Bendigo and District Cycling Club trying to hold on to her wheel, and Annala Cornu, the South Australian, also in the mix there. So Tunksale just checking over to see that she's going to come through and qualify. She will indeed. So she'll qualify in first place. Number 46 there in second, Amelia McLean, also qualifying for the final, as does the South Australian Annala Cornu. So heat 2 of our Women's Victorian Keirin Championship. Getting ready to go. This one sponsored by Mape, a very famous name for some of the old heads in cycling. Sponsor of one of the most successful professional teams of the late 90s and early 2000s. And indeed, our Derny rider has the old Mape jersey with the multicoloured blocks there that make that jersey famous and so beloved by all of our riders. A reminder to all of our juniors, you get a free Mape cycling cap when you sign in at registration this morning. So if you forgot to pick that up when you collected your race numbers, feel free to go over and grab a cap of your own. So 5 riders in this second heat of 2, with the first 3 going through to the final. So in first place behind the Derny at the moment in the pink helmet and the teal jersey there, that's Natalie Dixon from Geelong Cycling Club. In second wheel in the black, white and green is Asha Crofts of Brunswick. And it is Jasmine Gill in third wheel in the blue colours of Team Bridgelane. In fourth wheel at the moment, the white helmet and the Blackburn Cycling Club jersey is Sophie Brooks. And then the tall rider on the back of the field, Amelia Jirovkova from Brunswick, recently crowned the state sprint champion last weekend here. So she's a week into that under-15 women's state sprint championship title and will probably be the one that most of these riders have their eye on as they come into these last 3 laps. But the great thing about Keirin racing is it is unpredictable. Sometimes a move made at just the right moment when your opponents are least expecting it can come away with big results. So Natalie Dixon from Geelong is going to remain on the front of the field here. We've seen a few of the leaders in the early stages swing up the track as soon as the Derny's pulled away. Dixon hasn't chosen to do that. Instead, she's gradually ratcheting up the tempo at the front of the field, making it harder for some of the other riders to hold on. Amelia Jirovkova, the Brunswick rider, now starting to come forward as they come in towards a lap to go. Dixon, who's been in good form lately, now surges as they come into turn 1 on the final lap. Asha Crofts Now looking strong going down the back straight. Amelia Jirovkova, though, right on her hammer. So Crofts and Jirovkova leading them into the third corner, and coming into the home straight, it will be Asher Crofts taking the victory. Amelia Jirovkova second. And then Jasmine Gill, the rider from Brunswick in the colours of Bridge Lane, follows the wheels very intelligently and comes across the line in third place. So we'll now move into the qualifying heats for our under-17 men's Keirin. This will be 3 heats held here. The first 2 finishers in each of the heats will qualify for the final later today. So our first heat of 3 for our under-17 men's Keirin. Now getting going. This will be to qualify for places in the final for the under-17 Victorian Keirin State Championship. So 7 starters here, only 2 spots available in the final. So as they form up behind the journey, we'll run you through all of the participants in this race. The tall figure there in first wheel in the black and blue helmet, first position behind the journey, that's Arnav Chakravarthi of Blackburn. In second wheel is Aidan Nguyen of Preston. Then it is Rigby Colgrave of Brunswick in the black, white and orange there in third wheel. Jasper Griffiths in fourth wheel at the moment on the inside of the track, just moving up around his outside in the blue of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club is Jack Panozzo. The Blackburn rider in the black helmet and short sleeves towards the back of the field is Caden Ryan. And then Tom Cook from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, recently moved down from the ACT, now considers himself a Victorian. He is on the back of the field as the journey swings off the track, so 3 laps to go now. As Jack Panozzo from Carnegie Caulfield comes to the fore, looking to increase the tempo and maybe eliminate 1 or 2 riders from contention from the sprint early here. A lot easier said than done given the quality of this field, I must say. So Jack Panozzo just keeping an eye on the other riders, just checking over his shoulder, casting those eyes to his right, seeing if anyone's making a move. Jasper Griffiths now looking to increase the tempo as they come up towards the bell. So 1 lap to go and it's still Panozzo leading on the inside of the track. Griffiths now challenging him around the outside, and Aidan Nguyen is right there as well. Arnav Chakravarthi trapped against the inside of the track. He's going to find it difficult from here. So Jack Panozzo is going to lead them out of turn 4, coming up towards the line. Nguyen challenging late. So Jack Panozzo, I think it was, getting the victory there just ahead of Aidan Nguyen. Remember, only 2 spots available in the final there. So between Panozzo, Nguyen and Griffiths, our 3 riders sprinting for the victory in that heat. Only 2 will qualify, and it will be Jack Panozzo and Aidan Nguyen who will qualify for the final later on. So Jasper Griffiths putting in a valiant effort, not quite getting it on the bike throw in the end. So the riders in our second under-17 men's Keirin State Championship heat now just getting ready to go. The signal is made and the Derny now starts to make its move around the track, just moving away from Dave Mr. Pink Morgan, who's traded in his characteristic pink here today for a full banana suit in keeping with the bananas in Lycra theme. I've heard Dave think that's a very appealing outfit. So 7 starters in this heat. As with the last one, only 2 will progress to the final. And as they form up behind the Derny, the young man in first place is the South Australian Miles Kroon, one of 2 non-Victorians or 2 interstaters in this field. The other one is currently sitting in third wheel in the colours of Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils is Oscar Pither. The man between them in the 2-tone green of Nostromo Attacker Case is George Mulhern of Carnegie Caulfield, another rider who's been in quite good form lately. In fourth wheel in the blue of the Terengganu Malaysian cycling team is Omar Kamizi. And then 3 riders at the back of the field, just moving up around the outside a little bit there in the royal blue and white of Giant Hampton Racing is Archie Martin. And then 2 riders on the back of the train at the moment are Elliot Burney from Brunswick in the dark green jersey, and then right on the back of the field currently, the man in black, Parker McCulloch of Bendigo and District Cycling Club. So the Derny swings away, 3 laps to go. Miles Kroon from Mount Gambier checking over his shoulder there, keeping an eye on anyone who might be thinking about an early move here. Riders just looking to improve their position a little bit. Parker McCulloch is the rider staying high on the track there, potentially giving himself some leverage if he wants to wind up an attack, which he's doing now. So Miles Kroon now being challenged at the front there by Parker McCulloch. Kroon in the black helmet, McCulloch in the white. George Mulhern sitting very comfortably and very calmly in second wheel at the moment. Kamizi there now starts to make his charge around the outside. So 1 lap to go, the bell is rung. Kroon now being passed by George Mulhern and Omar Kamizi, but Archie Martin is there as well. So Mulhern and Kamizi shoulder to shoulder through the bottom turn there, but will Martins come through to spoil the party? Coming up towards the line, close on the line. I think it was George Mulhern, only just ahead of Omar Kamizi. So those 2 will qualify for our Keirin State Championship final. Archie Martin kept them very close company there coming out of that last corner, but didn't quite have enough to make his way around by the finish line. So an excellent second heat of the men's under-17 Victorian Keirin State Championship there was presented to us by Darryl Letchford and Eric Bishop. So our riders moving into position now for our third and final under-17 men's Victorian Keirin Championship heat. So riders just getting repositioned at the moment. I think Archie Lutz of Sunshine Coast Cycling Club, the Queenslander, just having to swing out of the line to get back into his proper spot. So as our riders roll away in our third qualifying heat for the under-17 men's Victorian Keirin State Championship, just a reminder to all of those who are in the house that we also have this whole event being live streamed on the AusCycling YouTube channel. So if you've got friends, family, loved ones watching from afar or would like to know what's going on, head on over to the AusCycling YouTube page, head to the Bananas in Lycra live stream, hit that share button, send it their way, and we can have a good crowd of folks watching what's going to be a superb day of track racing action. The juniors have already gotten us off to a great start. We'll have our seniors on this afternoon. So at the conclusion of this heat, we will have a 5-minute break while we calculate some handicaps for some of the events a little later on. So we'll have a brief pause in the racing action. For now, though, we've got 6 riders racing for 2 spots in that state championship final. And as the journey swings away, Lachlan Ermert from Blackburn is the first man in line. Number 9 right on his wheel is Ewan Brown of Carnegie Caulfield. Odin Dean is there in the light blue sleeves. Joe Natoli of Blackburn in the black and grey helmet with the white short sleeves. Now coming up to give his clubmate Lachlan Ermert a little bit of company. Casper Chuang, also of Blackburn, is right at the top of the track in the all black with the bright pink bike, and it is Casper Chuang who's starting to wind things up with a lap and a half to go. So Casper Chuang wants to lead this one from a long way out, make it hard for anyone to come across and get himself one of those 2 spots in the Keirin State Championship final. So Chuang leading strongly down the back straight. It looks like it will be the 2 Blackburn teammates, Ermert and Natoli, fighting it out for that second spot. Chuang is going to get away with one of those spots, and the other one goes to Lachlan Ermert. So Joseph Natoli, a very strong rider in his own right, finds himself missing out on the Keirin State Championship final, as it will be Casper Chuang and Lachlan Ermert progressing from this heat. So that heat sponsored there by Vanessa Boff and Matt Gould. A day like today, the 2026 Bananas in Lycra Track Classic, only made possible by the contributions from some excellent sponsors. So we're going to be hearing a lot of names of some very generous individuals who have given their time, their money and their prizes today to help make this year's Track Carnival a success. Even better news, if you've raced in those Keirin heats and you have won your heat, head on over to the prize desk, and the wonderful Laurie Norris, he's in a very giving mood today. So all of the Keirin heat winners will now receive a free pair of socks. So if you won your Keirin heat, I've got even better news for you. Not only have you qualified for the state championship final, but you also get a free pair of socks. And who doesn't love a free pair of socks? Okay. Okay, we have got updated handicap marks. Yep. So as our riders now under 11 and under 13 girls take their marks for the Chupa Chup handicap, we will read them out to you. Starting off 120 metres, our limit riders will be April Coke and Maya Moore. Then starting off 115 metres, Charlotte Woods. Starting from 90 metres, Hayley Bain. From 70 metres, Violet Bartlett. Indra Simons will start off 25 metres, Chloe Zheng will start off 20 metres, Isabel Muscat starting from 10 metres, and Amy Pollock starting from scratch. Now, this is the Chupa Chup handicap. Not only if you win do you get $70 in cold hard cash, you also get 150 Chupa Chups. If that doesn't make you want to go out and race your little heart out, I don't know what will. So just waiting for our riders to all get into position. Just contemplating the catastrophic sugar high they'd be able to access if they were able to win this race, and the 150 Chupa Chups come with it. I think if I'd won that number of Chupa Chups at this young age, I might have ended up in hospital, I think. So this will be a 4-lap scratch race. I'm just waiting for the all clear. Riders ready. Attention. Whistle blows and off they start. So April Coke is going to lead the field through the first time. So it's a 4-lap race. So April Coke, the rider in the bright green helmet, led for quite a while in the earlier handicap this morning. But she's got quite a few very talented and I have to say very motivated riders chasing her down at the moment. So in second wheel in the pink helmet, going up the back straight across to April Coke now is Maya Moore. Charlotte Woods from Blackburn is also there in the pink helmet. As coming from the back now, Amy Pollock and Isabel Muscat also now starting to make good progress. 3 laps to go as April Coke is now overtaken by Maya Moore. Charlotte Woods also in there and Hayley Bain. A little bit further back, the riders who positioned themselves so well in the earlier handicap in the day, Amy Pollock, Chloe Zheng and Isabel Muscat now starting to move forward. So 2.5 laps to go now, and it's Maya Moore in the pink helmet who is leading the field. So Maya Moore sprinting out of the saddle. Chloe Zheng and Hayley Bain now starting to make their move through the field. So Maya Moore coming out of turn 2. Charlotte Woods of Blackburn now being overtaken by Chloe Zheng. Amy Pollock from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club now starting to move. There's 150 Chupa Chups on the line, and there's just over a lap to go for someone to win them. Someone's got to walk away with all that sugar. Who's it going to be? 1 lap left to go. Maya Moore leads them at this stage. Chloe Zheng has attacked well to this point, but is starting to tire. Amy Pollock, the scratch rider, now starting to come up to the back wheel, and she's drawn level with Maya Moore. Amy Pollock now leading, going down the back straight. Does Maya Moore have anything left in the tank to try and challenge? Amy Pollock from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club just checking over her shoulder. She comes into the home straight. She is going to take the win, and all that sugar. So victory is sweet indeed for Amy Pollock of Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club. She wins the Chupa Chup handicap. So $70 and 150 lollipops going her way. Second place it was in the end for Maya Moore. Don't feel too bad. She'll still walk away with $50 cash, which will still buy a few lollipops in its own right. $35, and third place it was in the end to Chloe Zheng from Preston, and Isabel Muscat crosses the line in fourth place and scores $25. So our under 11 boys Chupa Chup handicap now getting ready to go. This one's sponsored by Spanners Automotive. So our limit rider starting from 140 metres is Akashar Ahmadi. Starting from 130 metres, Dominic Muscat. Off a mark of 110 metres, Alex Pollock. Starting from 100 metres, Rafi Moulds. Starting from 30 metres, Henry Ladner. From 10 metres, Rhett Dempster. And the young man off scratch is Ralph Hopkins. Riders ready, attention. So off they go in the 4-lap Chupa Chup handicap. Couple of good strong pushes for our riders and then all now out of the start gate. So Akashar Ahmadi didn't end up taking the start, so it's Dominic Muscat in his characteristic blue helmet leading them through with 3 laps to go. Alex Pollock of Albury-Wodonga is right on his hammer. Rafi Moulds in the green helmet trying to come across to them. Then there's a gap of 70 or 80 metres to Henry Ladner, and then the 2 youngsters who started right at the back of the field, Rhett Dempster and Ralph Hopkins, are chasing all the way from the rear. So coming into 2 laps to go now, Alex Pollock, the rider from Albury-Wodonga, in the navy blue and gold now at the front of the field. Dominic Muscat, who started on the limit, is still on his limit here. He's doing his very best to hold on. Rafi Moulds also in there. As it's now Henry Ladner, who's in 4th position, who's starting to close the gap to our leading trio. And our 2 men at the back, Ralph Hopkins and Rhett Dempster, not out of it yet. So coming in towards 1 lap to go, 150 lollipops on the line. Who will take the Chupa Chup handicap for the under 11s? Alex Pollock still leading them as they come into turn 1. Dominic Muscat is also there, but he's starting to tire. The gap is starting to open. Coming down the back straight now, it looks as though this is a bit of a surge from Henry Ladner in the black helmet there, but he still has to catch Alex Pollock. Alex Pollock from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club checks over his shoulder. Don't look there, young man, look ahead. That's where the lollipops are. So Alex Pollock it is, taking the win. Number 68 there, just ahead of a late charging Henry Ladner and Ralph Hopkins. An excellent race there. I can see a couple of the folks in the Albury-Wodonga kit over in the back straight. Very excited about that win of all of those little sugary treats. It's a decent old drive up the Hume Highway back to Albury-Wodonga for Alex Pollock and family, and I think they've just got themselves something to snack on the way. So next up will be our under 13 boys 4-lap Chupa Chup handicap. This one is sponsored by LR Dodd Transport. So our limit rider starting from 160 metres is Feenan Allen from Albury-Wodonga. Starting from 100 metres from Preston Cycling Club Iraklis Hutsis. Off a mark of 65 metres, Solomon Collingwood of Ballarat and Sebastopol Cycling Club. From 40 metres, Jonathan Coke of Brunswick. From 30 metres, Toby Hanger of Preston. From 10 metres, Jed Dempster of Brunswick. And our scratch rider is Aziz Kermizi, also of Brunswick. Riders ready. Attention. All right, off we go. So it'll be a big gap at the start for Keirin Allen. He did a good job in the handicap earlier of taking that lead all the way into the last lap before he was caught. But will the dynamic change in this race, especially knowing how much sugar is on the line? So as our leaders come through 2.5 laps to go, our 1 leader at the front, Keirin Allen, our 2 back markers, Jed Dempster and Aziz Kermizi, have half of a whole lap to catch up to the youngster from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club. 2 laps to go now for Keirin Allen, and Solomon Collingwood now trying to make some progress across to him. So Keirin Allen still solo out front by 50 or 60 metres here as he's coming into a lap and a half to go. Solomon Collingwood currently in second place, and our bunch is now 5 strong and starting to make some moves forward. Keirin Allen maybe starting to run out of gas here. Needs a bit of a sugar hit to keep him going. 150 lollipops would cover that pretty nicely. Solomon Collingwood now moving into the lead, and it's 1 lap left now for the rest of the main field. Aziz Kermizi and Jed Dempster. Kermizi and Dempster now leading our pack of 4. They're going to go past the brave Keirin Allen there, but Solomon Collingwood, he won the handicap earlier. He's looking good to double that up and get some sugar into the bargain as well. So Solomon Collingwood's going to come through, and he's going to win the Chupa Chup handicap. Bangs on the bars in delight. Well, if he's excited now, speak to him after he's about 10 lollipops in. So Solomon Collingwood getting the win in the end. The results showing Keirin Allen. No, we've had the results adjusted. Aziz Kermizi it was coming across the line in second. Jed Dempster in third place. Toby Hanger in fourth. So the Chupa Chup handicap there, presented by LR Dodd Transport. So $70 for Solomon Collingwood, as well as the lollipops for first place, $50 for second, $35 for third, and $25 for fourth. The thing that crosses my mind is if I had won $25 or any of those prize amounts at that age, I would have just spent it on sugar anyway. So I would have been at a loss with what to do with the money. But that's a very nice problem for some of our young riders to have. I saw young Alex Pollock, who won the race before this one, walking away with his barrel of Chupa Chups, holding them like they were the most precious teddy bear the world had ever seen. All right, so our next event will be our women's under 15. This will be the 4-lap Chupa Chup handicap. This one is presented by the Maillot Jaune Club and David Sanders. So our limit rider, starting from 120 metres, will be Anna Lecornu. From 110 metres, Sophie Brooks. From 100 metres, Crystal Gill. From 90 metres, Amelia McLean. From 80 metres, Jasmine Gill. From 60 metres, Natalie Dixon. Starting from 45 metres, Scarlett Stewart. 30 metres, Paravi Tunksale. Starting from 10 metres, Asha Crofts and Amelia Jirivkova. Riders ready. Attention. Off they go. 4 laps between our under 15 women's riders and a whole lot of sugar here. So it's the South Australian Anna Lecornu who starts from the front of the field. She's our limit rider. She's very quickly closed up to there by Blackburn's Sophie Brooks. Then it's 2 riders chasing a little bit further back. That's Amelia McLean and one of the Gill sisters there. That is Crystal Gill. As right towards the back of the field, our 3 back markers, Paravi Tunksale, Asha Crofts and Amelia Jirivkova, have now teamed up and are working together well. As back up at the front of the race, about half a lap ahead, it's Lecornu, Brooks, Gill and McLean there, with Natalie Dixon, the solo rider, in the middle. She's stuck between a rock and a hard place at the minute, is Dixon. So coming in towards the bell, 1 lap to go now. So Le Cornu, the rider from Mount Gambier, has led this race from the start, is still leading it as they come into turn 1 on the last lap. The back markers are out of it, I think. It's going to be our front 4 who are going to just divvy up the prize money between them. So Anna Le Cornu, will she lead it from go to woe here? Sophie Brooks and Crystal Gill trying to challenge around the outside, coming into the home straight now. And it will be Anna Le Cornu, leads it from wire to wire there. Takes home the $70 first prize and plenty of sugar. We mentioned that the Chupa Chups might be a welcome addition to the drive back to Albury-Wodonga. That drive's about 4 hours from Melbourne. It's not a patch on the 8 hours or so it is to Mount Gambier, so that will be a very handy little addition to the drive home. The only thing that Anna Le Cornu might have to do is chip in for some fuel money. Hopefully not. So that one going to our limit riders there. Anna Le Cornu first, Sophie Brooks second, Jasmine Gill it was in third place, and Amelia McLean crossing the line in fourth. So the riders in our under-17 women's Chupa Chup handicap now getting themselves into position. Starting from our limit mark of 85 metres is Tari Baihaki. From 80 metres, Lucy Wilson. From 70 metres, Gabby Rojo Rodriguez. From 35 metres, Chavi Tunk Saleh. From 30 metres, Nicola Morris. And our rider off scratch is Isla Shaw. Riders ready. Attention. Off they go, off and rolling in the 4-lap Chupa Chup handicap for our under-17 women. You're never too old for a good sugar hit, so 150 Chupa Chups and $70 prize money to the winner here is more than enough to get anyone motivated, I'd say. Coming into 3 laps to go, it's our 2 limit riders, Lucy Wilson from Albury-Wodonga and Tari Baihaki from Bendigo and District Cycling Club at the front of the field. Gabby Rojo Rodriguez trying to join our leading 2, and at the back, our 3 riders charging across Nicola Morris, Isla Shaw and Chavi Tunk Saleh, now trying to make short work of this gap. So 2 laps to go now, and it is the Albury-Wodonga rider, Lucy Wilson, who is at the front. Tari Baihake from Bendigo and District in second. Gabby Rojo Rodriguez now coming around the Bendigo rider, moving up from third into second spot. But Isla Shaw, Nicola Morris and Chavi Tunk Saleh are closing at a rate of knots here. They're coming up towards the back of our leading trio as they come into 1 lap to go. So Lucy Wilson leads them through, but Isla Shaw coasts past her as they come around turn 1. Nicola Morris still in the mix there, as is Chavi Tunk Saleh. So Isla Shaw just checks over her shoulder there as they go into turn 3. She's looking solid, but Nicola Morris is making a late charge here, coming up towards the line, and it will be Isla Shaw of Shepparton Cycling Club taking the victory there. Second place it was to Nicola Morris, third to Chavi Tunk Saleh, and I think it might have been Gabby Rojo Rodriguez getting up for 4th place, indeed it was. So our under 15 men's riders now getting themselves into position for their Chupa Chup handicap. Our limit rider starting from a mark of 140 metres is Evan Tobin of Geelong Cycling Club. Our second marker from 115 metres, Charlie Pearson from Carnegie Caulfield. From 100 metres, Zikri Fouad of Brunswick. Starting from 95 metres, Arav Chakravarthi of Blackburn. From 80 metres, Oscar Dieseldorp of Brunswick. Starting from 75 metres, Jonah Hall, also of Brunswick. From 70 metres, Jack Pentland of Norwood Cycling Club. Michael Moulds of Brunswick and Arav Desai of Blackburn, both starting off 60 metres. A 45-metre mark for Ari Riley from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Thomas Perry from Albury-Wodonga starts off 40 metres. Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn, starting with a handicap of 30 metres, I should say. Declan Zheng of Preston starting from 20 metres. Henry Grigg of Blackburn off 10 metres. And Adama Wadrago from Carnegie Caulfield starting from scratch. Riders ready. Attention. Whistle blows. 4 laps between one of these young men and a whole lot of sugar. Let's see who will go out and get the win. So Evan Tobin in the black there, the rider from Geelong, will be the first one to lead them through 3 laps to go, and he's fully committed. Charlie Pearson right behind him also wants to get up to the front of this race in the early stages. Zikri Fouad and Arav Chakravarthi is going to make it a leading group of 4 as there's a big bunch forming about 5 or 6 back. So we've seen in some of these smaller races 1s and 2s forming throughout the field. We've now got a leading group of about 6, a chasing group of about 6, and a couple of riders stuck in the middle, as it's now the South Australian Jack Pentland from Norwood Cycling Club who's at the front. He didn't come all the way from interstate to not win 150 Chupa Chups, so he's laying his cards on the table now with 1 lap to go. So 1 lap to go, and it's Jack Pentland leading them through. Charlie Pearson, one of our limit riders, still there in second wheel at the moment. Some of the folks who started a bit further back, like Ari Riley and Adama Wadrago, also starting to move forward now. But Jack Pentland came all this way for a reason, and the reason was to win some sugar. He's going to cross the line. He's going to take the Chupa Chup handicap. Second it was for Ari Riley from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Third, I think, might have gone to, was either Thomas Perry or Adama Wadrago there. So a little satisfied pat of the bars there for Jack Pentland as he wins himself $70 and 150 Chupa Chups. Ari Riley crosses the line in second. Adama Wadrago in third place off scratch. And Thomas Perry, who started from 40 metres, takes 4th place. A reminder to all those here today that the Brunswick Cycling Club barbecue is operating on the infield. I've just had one of their sausages in bread, and I can say it's an excellent example of the breed. If you're looking for something to fill you up for a little bit, they're in the infield just as you come up the stairs. They'll be right in front of you. So go over, say hi, and I'm sure they'll be happy to sort you out with something tasty. So that under 15 men's Chupa Chup handicap was brought to you by today's title sponsor, Bananaman Flooring. Bananaman Flooring, the reason for the season here today at the Bananas in Lycra Track Carnival for 2026. So our men's under 17 riders now getting ready for their Chupa Chup handicap. So this race being sponsored by Matt Gould. We appreciate him for his patronage. So our limit rider starting from 140 metres from Blackburn Cycling Club is Caden Ryan. Thomas Cook from Bendigo and District Cycling Club will start from 130 metres. Parker McCulloch of Bendigo and District as well, starting from 125 metres. Archie Lutz from Sunshine Coast starts from a mark of 120 metres. Odin Dean from Bendigo and District starts from 115. Miles Kroon from Mount Gambier starts from 110. Rigby Colgrave from Brunswick will go off 105. Arnav Chakravarthi from Blackburn will start from 100 metres. Elliot Burney from Brunswick starting from 90 metres. Casper Chuang from Blackburn will start from a mark of 70 metres. It'll be 60 metres for Ewan Brown of Carnegie Caulfield. 55 metres for the Tasmanian Oscar Pither from Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils. A 50-metre mark for Aidan Nguyen of Preston. 40 metres for Jasper Griffiths of Carnegie Caulfield. 35 metres for Archie Martin, also of Carnegie Caulfield. George Mulhern makes it 3 Carnegie Caulfield riders in a row. He'll start from 30 metres. Joseph Natoli from Blackburn starts from 25 metres. Lachlan Ermert from Blackburn off 10 metres. And 2 men off scratch, Jack Panozzo and Omer Kermizi. So an absolutely stacked field here. 20 total riders, 4 spots in the money, and only the victory will get you all that sugar. Riders ready. Attention. Whistle blows. 20 young men competing for 150 Chupa Chups and a bit of cash thrown in. Who will be the young man to get all that sugar? Let's see. So Caden Ryan of Blackburn is keen to be at the front of affairs from very early on. So he's off to a good, strong start there. Thomas Cook from Bendigo and District and Odin Dean and Parker McCulloch. So 3 men from Bendigo all at the front of the field here. So there's now a group of 8, 4 chasing, 4 behind them and 3 back markers. So riders spread all over the field here as they go through 4 laps to go. And it looks as though a big bunch is coalescing in the front straight there, just as our limit riders are starting to make their move at the front. So this is Odin Dean in the light blue sleeves from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, currently at the front. Thomas Cook from Bendigo as well, also right there. His clubmate Parker McCulloch is there, and the first man not from Bendigo is currently in 4th wheel. That's Archie Lutz from Sunshine Coast. The other interstater at the front there, Miles Kroon, is in 5th wheel. Coming up to 2 laps to go. The big bunch is probably 10 or 15 strong, and they're chasing hard from behind. So our leading group is 7 strong. They've got a big gap there. It's probably 50 metres over the leading group of 15. There's a lap and a half left, and it might be among our leading bunch who are going to have their day over the men chasing from behind. Elliot Burney in the dark green now starts to wind it up. Elliot Burney from Brunswick leads at the moment. Archie Lutz from Sunshine Coast is right there, and Arnav Chakravarthi. Jack Panozzo is starting to charge from the back, as is Joseph Natoli. Have they left their run too late? Elliot Burney turning himself inside out, comes up towards the line. Elliot Burney wins 150 Chupa Chups and $70. And victory will be sweet indeed for the young man from Brunswick. Archie Lutz it was in 2nd place. Arnav Chakravarthi crossing the line in 3rd. And a hard charge from Joseph Natoli. Wasn't enough to get him to the front of the race, but it was enough to get him into the money. He finishes in 4th spot. And that right there is why I love handicap racing, folks. The result is in doubt all the way until the very end. And on the best day, any rider can win it. So with our Chupa Chup handicaps concluded, we'll now move into the Keirin State Championship finals. A reminder to all riders competing in our Keirin State Championship finals this morning that riders in the top 4 will need to report to rollout at the conclusion of the race. So if you finish in the top 4 places, we would ask that you report to rollout at the finish of the race. So our 6 riders in our under 15 women's Keirin final now getting themselves into position. So starting at the bottom of the track, the tall rider there in the orange and purple of Brunswick is Amelia Jirivkova. Just next to her clubmate in the black, white and green of Human Key Locksmiths is Asher Crofts. Just to her right, the rider in black with the white stripe down her helmet is Amelia McLean. Just next to her, the rider in black with the all-white helmet is Annalette Cornu, the South Australian. Second from the top of the track in the royal blue, Paravi Tunksale from Carnegie Caulfield. And the rider at the top of the track in the two-tone blue of the former team Bridge Lane, the Brunswick rider Jasmine Gill. I've just spied Elliot Burney has just gone up to the prize desk to collect his Chupa Chups, and perhaps unsurprisingly he's found himself with a few friends from his club who have suddenly decided they want to be in his orbit. No reason why. Just a nice young man. All right, so our 6 riders in our under 15 women's Keirin Championship final now on track. So 3 laps behind the Derny, 3 laps where the riders are racing for themselves. The rider to watch is probably the one directly behind the Derny, Amelia Jirivkova, recently crowned under 15 Victorian state champion in the sprint. And if you're looking for a wild card, the 4th rider in line, Annalette Cornu from Mount Gambier Cycling Club. She just won 150 Chupa Chups just before, so there's no doubt about her confidence. Given that she's the only non-Victorian in this field, she will probably be the joker in the pack. Of course, it's very easy for me to say that. Keirin racing tends to be one of cycling's least predictable formats, and that's part of what makes it so much fun. All right, so the Derny swings away from the track. So this under 15 Women's Victorian Keirin Championship final is sponsored by Vic Brown and John Trevorrow. Some very famous names in the history of Australian cycling have been generous enough to donate to our prize pool here today. Fantastic to have their support. So there will be prize money for all 6 of our finishers here today. Obviously, the state championship and the most prize money going to the winner as we're coming in towards a lap and a half to go. And after looking around and leading for a bit, Amelia Jirivkova has decided to lift the tempo. Paravi Tunksale will want to try and lead this one out from distance if she can. So Paravi Tunksale now trying to surge to the front of this field. Amelia Jirivkova hanging strong on the inside of the track. Tunksale settles into Jirivkova's slipstream as they go down the back straight. She'll have to try and come around in the last 100 metres. Amelia Jirivkova has led this from go to woe. She comes up towards the finish line and she will take the Keirin State Championship title. So Amelia Jirivkova crosses the line in first place. A throw there separating second and third out between Asher Crofts and Paravi Tunksale. It was Tunksale indeed who ended up in second spot. Third for Asher Crofts, and Bendigo's Amelia McLean crossing the line in fourth. So we will ask our first 4 finishers, Amelia Jirivkova, Paravi Tunksale, Asher Crofts and Amelia McLean, to report to rollout now that that race has concluded. So in addition to the cash prizes for that Keirin final, there's also a couple of bonuses. A backpack courtesy of the Australian Luggage Company, plus some vouchers from Bike Chain as well. So riders walking away, sometimes with a little bit of cash in their pocket, sometimes with some extra goodies as well. the Australian Luggage Company backpack might come in very handy because it's a place to store your Chupa Chups and other prizes that you might win today. So our women's under-17 Keirin Championship final now getting ready to go. This one's sponsored by Matt Allen and Tim Decker. Tim Decker can't be with us today. He's busy overseeing his charges for Team Brennan in the Melbourne to Warrnambool Cycling Classic, where a group of 7 riders is out in the break. They've got a gap, at last I checked, of 11 or 12 minutes with about 150 Ks to go. So still a long way to go in the race, but that break of 7 has a very handy lead at the moment. You'd certainly rather have a 12-minute break than a 2-minute break. Be interesting to see how that one shakes out as the day progresses. I won't spoil any end results for anyone who might want to watch that when they go home and tune into the coverage on SBS. But for now, all the action is here at the Joe Chavola Velodrome at DISC. And we've got the women's under-17 Keirin State Championship final to decide. So rolling away now. So as they form up behind the journey, the first rider in line in the red, white and black of Blackburn, that's Gabby Rojo Rodriguez. In second wheel, wearing the colours of Geelong Cycling Club, is Nicola Morris. In third place in the black and green of the race development team from regional Victoria is Tari Baihaki. Fourth wheel in the navy blue and gold of Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club is Lucy Wilson. Second last with the teal on her sleeves is Chavi Tunksale of Carnegie Caulfield. And then right at the back is Isla Shaw of Shepparton. So 6 riders here, 1 state championship title. Who will it be who takes it out? One of the great things about Keirin racing is that the suspense gradually builds as the journey increases its pace. You never know what might happen. Will someone be bold enough to attack as soon as the journey pulls away? It's certainly been done before in Keirin racing, not a common tactic, but that just means when it pulls off, when you manage to pull it off, it feels even better. So Gabby Rojo Rodriguez leading at the front, Nicola Morris in second, Isla Shaw, who's probably the rider to watch here. Certainly a rider that a lot of other competitors in this field are watching. So Shaw now moves to the front. Chavi Tunksale is not going to give Isla Shaw any breathing space at all if she can help it. Gabby Rojo Rodriguez also in there. Nicola Morris in the colours of Geelong, staying cool, staying on the wheel of Shaw. And Lucy Wilson from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club has now decided to wind things up from a bit further out. A lap and a half to go now. 3 wide as they come in towards the bell. Isla Shaw now makes her move towards the front. Chavi Tunksale is right on the wheel of the Shepparton rider, but will she be able to stay there? Shaw starting to move clear as they come down the back straight. Tunksale slowly starting to reel in the gap, but is she going to run out of space? Coming into the home straight now, Isla Shaw looks up, straightens up and takes the win. So Isla Shaw wins the under-17 women's Keirin State Championship. Chavi Tunksale it was in second. Gabby Rojo Rodriguez in third. Then it was Nicola Morris, Lucy Wilson and Tari Baihaki. So as we wait for our next event, our under-15s men's Victorian Keirin Championship final, we wait for the competitors to move into place. We'll tell you a little bit about one of our big sponsors today, Bike Chain. an Australian-owned online cycling retailer, especially in quality cycling apparel, components, accessories and nutrition. Their focus is simple: to make premium products more accessible to athletes through competitive pricing, reliable service and strong brand partnerships. Bike Chain works closely with leading global brands like Science in Sport for nutrition and Santini for clothing to deliver a range of products that support athletes across all disciplines, from race day gear to everyday training essentials. Their platform is built around performance, availability and value. As a partner, Bike Chain supports clubs and racing communities that contribute to the strength of grassroots cycling in Australia. We understand the demands of regular competition and year-round training and are committed to backing riders with dependable products and support throughout the racing season. So we thank Bike Chain for being part of our wonderful crew of sponsors here today at the Bananas in Lycra Track Carnival. So our under-17 men's Keirin finalists getting ready to go. Whistle blows and they roll away. Adam Drago takes up first position behind the Derny. So he's in the dark green from Carnegie Caulfield. In second place at the moment, tucking very low over his bars there, is Arav Desai of Blackburn. In third place in Blackburn with the short sleeves and red helmet, that's Henry Grigg. In fourth wheel in the black and orange of Brunswick, the tall figure there is Jonah Hall. Getting a good draft off him in fifth place in the navy blue is Ari Riley from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. And then the rider right on the back of the train at the moment in the white helmet and Blackburn colours is Leroy Bartlett. So 3 Blackburn men in this field, 1 from Carnegie Caulfield, 1 from Brunswick, 1 from Bendigo. In this final, sponsored by the Goldfields Cycle Sports Club. Remember, not only is there $100 in cash for the winner, there's also an Australian Luggage Company backpack and some Bike Chain vouchers as well. But the thing about young men of this age is they don't need too many excuses to get on their bikes and race. The prizes are nice, but they'd race for the glory if they had nothing else. The Derny swings away. 3 laps to go now. So Adam Drago not killing himself to increase the tempo at the front. Seems fairly happy to let someone else come through towards the front of the field and ensure that he might not have to sprint from the front. 2 of our Blackburn men, Arav Desai and Henry Grigg, coming around the shoulder and keeping him company there. Ari Riley also not far away. Bit of a move coming around the outside. This is Leroy Bartlett of Blackburn. So this is the 3rd Blackburn man in the mix who's decided to come around with a real head of steam, coming in towards 1 lap to go. So the bell rings, 1 lap to go, and Leroy Bartlett's put it all on the table here. Adam Drago from Carnegie Caulfield now draws level with him coming down the back straight, but he's got Blackburn's Henry Grigg right in his slipstream. Coming out of turn 3, Adam Drago sees the finish line in front of him, sprints all the way and takes the win. So Adam Drago it is who will go away with the Keirin State Championship. Second it was to Henry Grigg of Blackburn Cycling Club. Third place there I think might have been between Leroy Bartlett and Arav Desai. It was Arav Desai who got the win. Leroy Bartlett in 4th place, Ari Riley 5th, and Jonah Hall crosses the line in 6th spot. So we will ask the riders from that event, Adam Drago, Henry Grigg, Arav Desai and Leroy Bartlett, please report to rollout at the conclusion of that race. So the top 4 finishers in that race, please report to rollout. So our under-17 men's state championship final now getting ready to go. This one being sponsored by the friendly folks at Brunswick Cycling Club. So the Derny is signalled for, and our 6 riders are just about ready to go. So Brunswick sponsoring this event. They've got 1 rider in this field from Brunswick, the man second from the top of the track in the light blue jersey, Omar Kamizi. And off they roll. So as they fall into position behind the Derny, in first spot is Aidan Nguyen in the bright red of Preston with the white helmet. In second position in the line, the two-tone green, that's George Mulhern, wearing the colours of Nostromo Attacker Caish and riding for the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. In third wheel, wearing number 3 on his back, the Blackburn rider Lachlan Ermert. He's keeping an eye, constantly checking over his shoulder, because the man in fourth wheel, Jack Panozzo, has been on a real tear as of late in terms of form. The man in fifth position, Omar Kamizi, not a slouch either. And Casper Chuang on that bright pink bike from Blackburn is the last man of our 6, at least for the time being. So the Derny starting to increase in pace here. Won't be too long before it swings away. So the Derny moves aside. Aidan Nguyen sees himself with a little bit of a gap at the front of the field over the rest. And our first 3 riders, Aidan Nguyen, George Mulhern and Lachlan Ermert, all keeping an eye cast backwards down the field, wanting to keep an eye on the likes of Panozzo, Chuang and Kamizi here. 2 laps to go now. Nguyen still at the front of this field, as he has been since the start, but that's about to change. George Mulhern now starting to move up around the outside. Omar Kamizi and Jack Panozzo also in the mix there as well. Mulhern looks like the first to fully commit to his sprint. He's winding it up with more than a lap to go. So George Mulhern wants to go from long distance here. Omar Kamizi from Brunswick now trying to chase him down. Jack Panozzo's right there. Aidan Nguyen, Lachlan Ermert and Casper Chuang. But George Mulhern is leading them into the home straight. Omar Kamizi in his club's home race can't quite get there, and it will be George Mulhern. George Mulhern from Carnegie Caulfield will be your new under-17 men's Keirin state champion. Oh, a nice little fist bump there between Casper Chuang and George Mulhern. That's one of George's biggest ever victories on the track. That'll feel pretty good. So George Mulhern it was in first place, Omar Kamizi in second, Aidan Nguyen in third, Casper Chuang fourth, Lachlan Ermert fifth, and Jack Panozzo crossing the line in 6th spot. So that concludes our Keirin racing for our juniors this morning, including a couple of state championships which we will be presenting a little later on. We would again ask the top 4 finishers in that race to report to rollout. I can see a few of them heading on over there now. The friendly Dave Morgan is right there in his banana costume, willing to help them with the rollout. So our commissaires have just announced a 5-minute break. We'll get started again at 12:35 p.m. So with our Keirin races finished, our juniors will conclude their program today with some scratch racing. So some of them just cutting some warm-up laps there at one end of the track. So we'll leave them to do that for about 5 minutes, and we'll be back with you for the last set of races in our junior program. Okay, our under 11 and under 13 girls now on track for their 9-lap scratch race. So this one being sponsored by the Footscray Cycling Club. So great to see Footscray contributing to the wonderful prize pool here at the Bananas in Lycra Track Classic today. So $75 on the line for the winner, $55 for second, $40 for third, and $30 for fourth. So riders looking to increase the pace in the early laps and try and narrow down the number of folks sprinting it out for that money. Isabel Muscat from Brunswick Cycling Club in her characteristic blue helmet, trying to thin down the field here. Indra Simons, also of Brunswick, the under 13 cyclocross national champion. Indra also at the front of the field. She's also dabbled a little bit in gravel racing recently. The Brunswick Cycling Club have been running gravel criteriums out at the Petty's Orchard in the northeast of Melbourne, on what they're calling the Apple Crumble. Definitely worth a go if you're interested in gravel bike racing. Slightly different from the track racing that we're doing here, of course, as our field goes through 6 laps to go. Indra Simons in first wheel. Amy Pollock from Albury-Wodonga, winner of the Chupa Chup handicap a little bit earlier on, currently sitting in second. Isabel Muscat in third. Then it looks like that might be in fourth place. Just trying to see who that might be. It's one of the riders from Blackburn. I think that might be number 62, Violet Bartlett, is in fourth wheel. Then Hayley Bain on her distinctive yellow bike is currently in fifth. Chloe Zheng, who looked very strong earlier in the day, just biding her time there in the jersey with the pink sleeves, currently sitting in about sixth wheel. But 4 laps to go now. Tempo starts to increase again. Riders strung out into one long line with Amy Pollock at the front of it, just ahead of Isabel Muscat and Indra Simons, both of Brunswick. And then 2 Blackburn riders, Charlotte Woods and Hayley Bain. Chloe Zheng also in the mix there with 3 laps to go. So a 9-lap scratch race is longer than riders at this age group will normally ride, so it's a little bit more of an endurance event than an all-out sprint. Riders having to manage their efforts well here, coming up towards 2 laps to go. And Amy Pollock with her distinctive pink bar tape now lifts the tempo once more. Other riders hanging on gamely though. Isabel Muscat getting a good draft off Pollock there in second wheel. Indra Simons in third. Violet Bartlett currently sitting in fourth as they come up towards the bell. So 1 lap to go now in our scratch race, our last race of the morning for our under 11 and under 13 girls. So Alex Pollock now leading them strong down the back straight. Will anyone be able to catch up? Isabel Muscat is thrashing at her machine, trying to get across. The rider from Albury-Wodonga has had a very good morning. Is she about to make it a great one? Isabel Muscat is going to sprint all the way to the line. She's not quite going to get there. So it was Amy Pollock taking first place in the end. Isabel Muscat, I think, coming across the line in second place. Might have been Indra Simons in third. I'll just double check that according to the official results from the commissaires. As Charlotte Woods and April Cope come through and finish their races for the day. Well done to them both. So it was Amy Pollock taking the win there. Isabel Muscat in second, Indra Simons in third, and Violet Bartlett crossing the line in fourth place. So even our last couple of finishes in that race, Charlotte Woods and April Coke, will walk away with something because they were the only two under 11 girls competitors. So no need to fear, folks. They will go home with a little bit of cash in their pocket as well. So our 6 under 11 boys now on track for their 9-lap handicap. So 9 laps of racing ahead of our under 11 boys. So Ralph Hopkins of Brunswick in his black and white panda pattern jersey right at the front of the field. He's got Henry Ladner in the Brunswick orange and purple in second spot at the moment. Dominic Muscat's on the inside there on the green bike with the blue helmet. Raffy Moulds right on his wheel with the bright green lid, also of Brunswick. Rhett Dempster in the all black with one green sleeve makes it 5 Brunswick riders out of 6. And the one non-Brunswick rider in this field is the youngster in navy blue and gold. That's Alex Pollock from Albury-Wodonga. So this 9-lap scratch race for our under 11 boys, generously being sponsored by the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. $75 for first place, $55 for second, $40 for third, and $30 for fourth. So Ralph Hopkins now moving to the front. The young Jack of Hearts himself, after his family's recent dress-up costume at Brunswick Cycling Club's Valentine's-themed cyclocross race a few weeks ago. Ralph Hopkins also raced in the Brunswick Apple Crumble Gravel Crit just before Christmas, where he narrowly escaped an encounter with a kangaroo that ran on course and collided with him down the back straight. Thankfully, both Ralph and the kangaroo walked away unharmed. So they've just gone through 4 laps to go. So Ralph Hopkins currently leading. Rhett Dempster in second, Alex Pollock third, Henry Ladner fourth, Dominic Muscat in 5th place, and Raffy Moulds in the bright green lid in 6th. Pace continues to increase here. Dominic Muscat now trying to make a move a little bit higher up the track, possibly trying to gain himself some leverage for a late surge. Going up the banking of the track must feel like you are climbing up a mountain when you're the size of Dom Muscat. So coming into a lap and a half to go. Ralph Hopkins still happy to lead for now, but it won't be long until he's challenged from behind, I suspect. Riders starting to move a little wider and winding up their sprints now as they come into 1 lap to go. Ralph Hopkins and Rhett Dempster there, shoulder to shoulder as they come around turn 2 here. So into the back straight now, 2 of the Brunswick men, Hopkins and Dempster, level. Henry Ladner also getting into the picture there in third wheel. Side by side as they come up to the home straight now, coming up towards the finish line, and it will be Rhett Dempster who takes the win. 2nd place in the end for Ralph Hopkins. 3rd it was for Henry Ladner. And Alex Pollock will finish his morning's racing in 4th place. 5th it was in the end for Dominic Muscat, and Raffy Moulds crossing the line in 6th. So our under 13 boys setting out for their 9-lap scratch race. This one's sponsored by Pomeroy Panels and Velo Pro. So $75 on the line for the winner, $55 for second, $40 for third, and $30 for fourth. Considering how long it would take you to make that up with a lemonade stand or a newspaper route, that would be a good investment of your time if you're able to come up with the win here. Not that I'm sure that young kids actually have newspaper routes anymore, or indeed newspapers. So the white skin suit with the blue around it of the Oceania Continental Champion, that's Aziz Kermizi, came to the front and put in a little bit of a surge there to see if he could upset the main field. Everyone back together now. So checking over his shoulder at the front there, this is Toby Hanger of Preston. If he casts his eyes all the way to the top of the track, you'll see his teammate Iraklis Hatsis in the grey helmet. Aziz Kermizi tried surging several times this morning before he was able to get away. He's trying again now. So through 5 laps to go, Aziz Kermizi now lifts the tempo once again. Toby Hanger in the red of Preston chasing him down there. Jed Dempster is in the fluoro yellow Knights of Suburbia jersey on the inside of the track. Jonathan Koch in the grey of the Duda Racing team, staying nice and calm there at the bottom of the track. And Solomon Collingwood with his trademark pink helmet, pink gloves and pink bar tape, also in the mix as well. Okay, so young Feenan Allen there just being lapped at the inside of the track, but stays nice and straight and stable on the inside of the track, keeping everybody safe. Well done. 3 laps to go for our main field, as Aziz Kermizi is going to try his luck again. It didn't work the first time, but if you don't succeed, try again. He's certainly giving it a good rip here. Jed Dempster is a bit more serious about closing this gap down. So Dempster now coming up to the back wheel of Kermizi. Jonathan Koch has kept his powder very dry to this point. So just keeping an eye on things as our leading group of 5 is heading down the back straight. Kermizi is absolutely irrepressible here this morning. He woke up in an attacking mood, did Aziz Kermizi, and he's having another go as they come through the bell. Aziz Kermizi has tried several times to get away. Has he spent his energy needlessly, or has he timed it nicely? Coming down the back straight, he's shoulder to shoulder with Jed Dempster as they come out of turn 4 now. Jed Dempster now starts to pull away. Jonathan Koch is right there. Jonathan Koch challenges Dempster, can't quite get there. So Jed Dempster it is who takes the win in the under-13 boys scratch race. Second for Jonathan Koch. Third it was, I think, for Aziz Kermizi, as Iraklis Hatsis from Preston crosses the line. And Feenan Allen from Albury-Wodonga now coming along the Côte d'Azur. He's coming up towards the line. Let's give him a big round of applause as well, folks. So Feenan Allen will cross the line there. So our next races on our program will be scratch races for under 15 men's B. So we're adding a new wrinkle into our under 15s and under 17 scratch races. We're now also throwing in a couple of sprint preems. So at 6 laps to go and 3 laps to go, the first rider over the line at each of those will get $10 cold hard cash, which won't buy you a whole lot in this modern economy, but it's better than a poke in the eye. All right, whistle blows and our riders are off on their 10-lap scratch race. So as the riders go through 7 laps to go, you'll hear a whistle indicating a sprint preem on the following lap. You'll hear that whistle again on 4 laps to go, once again to indicate a sprint preem the lap after that, and then you'll hear the traditional bell 1 lap before the finish. So Jasmine Gill of Brunswick just moves aside there. Paravi Tunksale now coming for a turn at the front. I imagine we'll see a little bit of jockeying for position at the next lap through. That sprint preem is only $10, but the thought of going into the last few laps of this race with some money already in your pocket's got to be a pretty good feeling. And a couple of riders might be willing to throw down and change their tactics, get out the front a little bit earlier than they might otherwise have planned. All right, so there's the whistle. 1 lap until the sprint preem, and it's Asher Crofts and Paravi Tunksale who seem interested in fighting it out for this sprint preem. So $10, only going to the rider who's first over the line. Some of the riders a little bit further in the back are preferring to keep their powder dry, but Paravi Tunksale has said, I'll have that $10 for myself, thank you very much. So she'll get a little blue note to match her blue jersey there. So $10 in the back pocket of Paravi Tunksale. Asher Crofts also out the front as well. A couple of riders a little bit further back, noticeably Anna Lecornu and Amelia Jirivkova choosing to conserve their energy at this stage. Oh, and a move now coming here. We're about to hear the whistle for the next sprint preem. So this is Crystal Gill now trying to chase down her sister Jasmine, I think. The sprint preem whistle goes, so it's Jasmine Gill currently in first place, her sister Crystal chasing her down. If you don't think that $10 preem is going to get brought up at the dinner table tonight, then you don't know siblings. So the two sisters leading the field as they come around turn 4 here. So Crystal Gill now looking like she will come away with $10. So $10 there for Crystal Gill for winning the second preem. So Paravi Tunksale taking the first preem, Crystal Gill the second. But there is still the matter of $70 for the winner of the race overall. So winning the sprint preems is nice, but if you can win the big one at the end, that's going to be very, very good for your bottom line. So with 2 laps to go, Amelia Jirivkova now coming to the front of this field really for the first time. The Brunswick rider has been happy to sit in the pack for most of the action so far. Hasn't bothered involving herself in any of the intermediate sprint points, but she's winding it up now. She wants the big prize for herself with 1 lap to go, and Amelia Jirivkova immediately puts 10 metres into her nearest rival Asher Crofts. Amelia Jirivkova, Asher Crofts only just in the slipstream as they come down the back straight. Amelia Jirivkova has saved her energy. She's saved the best for last, and she's going to pay her that off. Amelia Jirivkova comes away with the win. Second for Asher Crofts. Third it was for Anna Lecornu. And Paravi Tunksale takes 4th place. So she will add $25 to the $10 that she won in the sprint preem earlier. So Amelia Jirivkova first, and Asher Crofts second, Anna Lecornu in third, and Paravi Tunksale in 4th place. So thank you very much to High Spec Hydraulics and Vic Brown, the sponsors of that last race, the under 15 women's scratch race. The majority of riders in that field, I think, might have gone home with a little bit of cash in their pockets, which we always like to see. So our under-15 men's B-grade field now on track for their 10-lap scratch race. This one presented by the friendly folks at Brunswick Cycling Club. So Evan Tobin, it is on the white and pink bike, who is leading them in the early stages. And the tall figure of Jonah Hall, who competed in the Keirin final for under-15s a little while ago, the only member of this under-15 men's B-grade field to have done that. So he's had one more race in his legs today than the rest of these riders. How that pays out in the long term will be interesting to see. The white and red matchy-matchy of Oscar Disseldorp now coming to the front of the field. Arav Chakravarthi in the black and yellow helmet from Blackburn, right in the centre of this field at the moment. Charlie Pearson from Carnegie Caulfield, very easy to spot in his all-white helmet as the whistle goes for the first of the two intermediate sprints. Jonah Hall and Arav Chakravarthi have both decided they want to be in on that action. So Jonah Hall, the big figure from Brunswick, now leading them up the back straight, but Charlie Pearson now, the small rider from Carnegie Caulfield, trying to challenge around the outside. David and Goliath going head-to-head all the way up to the line. So the tall figure of Jonah Hall gets the first $10 available. So the pace will probably ease a little bit now after that intermediate sprint, as it so often does. And that'll give Evan Tobin a chance to come from the back of the field to the front, just reposition himself among the shuffling cards. All right, so coming up to our next whistle now. So this will be one lap until our next intermediate sprint. Jonah Hall won the last one, but he's a long way back in the field this time through. Evan Tobin has struck out early and wants to see if he can come away with $10 for himself. Zikri Fouad from Brunswick is in the Malaysian black in second wheel, and Oscar Disseldorp also in there. So Evan Tobin charging hard from the front here. He checks over his shoulder. Will he come away with $10? He will indeed. So $10 there for Evan Tobin. So that makes it Evan Tobin and Jonah Hall to be the two riders who have won the two sprint prems so far. But as with the earlier race for our under-15 women, there's more money on the line at the end than the start. So if you trust yourself to take the win at the end and you come away with it, you will end up with the most money overall. So Oscar Disseldorp, the Brunswick rider, now on the front of the field in the red and white. His clubmate Jonah Hall right on his wheel. Getting an excellent draft off Jonah Hall is the small figure of Charlie Pearson. So coming into the last lap now, Jonah Hall, the tall figure in the black and orange of Brunswick, winds it up as he comes out of turn 2 and heads down the back straight. He'll take some catching at this stage. He leads them into turn 3. Charlie Pearson trying to come across, but Jonah Hall, just too big and just too powerful, comes away with the win. Second for Charlie Pearson. Arav Chakravarthi comes across the line in third, and I think it was Zikri Fouad nabbing the last of the cash spots in fourth place. So a good under-15 men's B scratch race there, sponsored by Brunswick Cycling Club. Almost everybody coming away with at least a little bit of cash to show for that effort. So under 15 men's A now on the boards for their 10-lap scratch race. There's the whistle to officially start proceedings, as it is Henry Grigg of Blackburn in the black, white and red jersey with the red and white helmet at the front. Just on his inside there. It's Michael Moulds, but it's Arav Desai, number 33, who has decided to wind it up early. He knows that an early attack might perhaps net him a sprint preem and $10. So he's gone out early. He still has one more lap, even until the whistle goes. And he sees Adama Ouedraogo coming across the gap to him. He swings up the track to let Ouedraogo through and give him a little bit of a break in the slipstream. But the thought of some early money has definitely incentivized a few of these riders to get on the gas. So there's the whistle. One lap until our first sprint preem. Adama Ouedraogo's in a cash-hungry mood. He's keen to vacuum up the $10 here for this sprint preem. Arav Desai charging hard, and Irie Riley also coming from the back, but you need to be first in order to get the sprint preem, and at the first one, that is going to be Adama Ouedraogo. So Adama Ouedraogo just eases off his tempo a little bit. Mission accomplished for that first sprint. He's got $10 in the pocket. Irie Riley it is now at the front of the field. Irie Riley tried a very long-range attack in the first scratch race of the day, and it was about half a lap shy of coming off. He's staying in amongst this main field for now, and the question is, will he try the same tactic again a little bit further on? So riders are going to come through and get the whistle for the second intermediate sprint now. There is that whistle. Adama Ouedraogo just checks over his shoulder. He sees Irie Riley coming and accelerates to match the Bendigonians' pace. So Adama Ouedraogo leading them down the back straight. Irie Riley in second. Arav Desai now starting to come up from behind in third. Will anyone be able to come around Ouedraogo? So Ouedraogo takes both intermediate sprint preems here. So he's already got $20 in his pocket before we even think about that third and final sprint. Of course, the third and final sprint is the one with the most money on the line, as Jack Pentland from Norwood Cycling Club, who won the Chupa Chup handicap earlier, he's noticed Ouedraogo taking the sprint preems there, perhaps gambling on the Carnegie Caulfield man being a little tired. Jack Pentland, the South Australian, has wound it up at the front. Ouedraogo responding for now. Tom Perry from Albury-Wodonga in third wheel. Leroy Bartlett in fourth, and Henry Grigg is there as well. So the bell rings, one lap to go, and it's Henry Grigg now getting a good jump as he comes into turn one. Ouedraogo it is. His head nodding side to side in his characteristic style as he tries to get across. Henry Grigg still leading by 5 metres, coming out of the turn 4 and into the last straight, and Henry Grigg is going to come away with the big prize. So Henry Grigg takes $70 for first place there. Adama Ouedraogo gets $50 for second place in the final sprint, but that'll be $70 total after he won the 2 intermediates. Third place across the line, getting $35, was Thomas Perry from Albury-Wodonga, and Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn got fourth place there, and that will be $25 for him. So our under 17 women's 12-lap scratch race now started. This one being sponsored by Chupa Cycling Clothing. Once again, we will have $10 intermediate sprints at 6 laps to go and 3 laps to go. So 6 riders in this field and 6 prize places. If you really wanted to be in a generous mood, you could have a scenario where someone walks away with $70 cash for winning and everybody gets at least a little something. We've sort of seen a bit of a divide in the strategy for some of the riders in the previous races that had the intermediate sprints. Some riders very keen to go out and try and get a more guaranteed shot at $10 or $20 for the intermediate sprints. Other riders preferring to save their energy for the last attempt. So we've just gone through 10 laps to go, and it's Lucy Wilson from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club leading them at the moment. Another rider from country Victoria, Isla Shaw, now taking up the lead. She's from Shepparton in the north of the state. Nicola Morris, wearing the colours of Geelong Cycling Club, now comes through for a turn at the front. Then it's Gabby Rojo Rodriguez from Blackburn. Chavi Tunksale is there in the teal. So all 6 riders in this field, I believe, representing different clubs. So 1 from Albury-Wodonga, 1 from Bendigo, 1 from Shepparton, 1 from Geelong, 1 from Blackburn, and 1 from Carnegie Caulfield. So the whistle for the first intermediate sprint just about to be blown. And Chavi Tunksale saw the strategy of her little sister paying off to the tune of $10 earlier and is trying to repeat the dose here. So Chavi Tunksale is going to lead them into turn 3. Isla Shaw is right there. Will she bother with trying to contest the sprint here against Tunksale? She's decided not to. So $10 there to Chavi Tunksale. She swings up the track a little bit. The first part of her job is done, so she'll be happy to get $10 out of this race, at least. Our leading trio of Shaw, Morris and Rojo Rodriguez now at the front of the field. They've checked over their shoulder. They see they've got a gap of 40 metres on the chasing pair of Tunksale and Wilson, and they've decided that if they cooperate, there'll be plenty of cash to share around the 3 of them. Isla Shaw now on the front of the train. She swings up the track. Gabby Rojo Rodriguez comes through for a brief turn. Nicola Morris also there. And they came through 4 laps to go there. The whistle blows. So there is an intermediate sprint on this lap. Nicola Morris now realises that there's some cash on the line and comes to the fore of our leading trio. Isla Shaw staying calm in second wheel. Gabby Rojo Rodriguez not looking to challenge. So it looks like Nicola Morris will get the second of our 2 intermediate sprints. And based on there being 4 prize slots available at the sprint finish and only 3 riders out the front, all 3 of them currently guaranteed to be in the money, and that tends to breed pretty good cooperation, at least until the last lap. So our leading trio have a lead of almost 100 metres over Lucy Wilson from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club. Wilson knows that if she keeps the gas down, she will at least get some money for coming 4th. So she's tapping away a good rhythm here. So as they come into the bell, 1 lap to go now. Nicola Morris sees Isla Shaw surging around the outside. The Shepparton rider moving clear of the woman from Geelong. So Isla Shaw now powering up the back straight. Looking good here to take first place and the $70 that comes with it. So coming up towards the line, Isla Shaw will go out the winner. $70 in her pocket. Second place and $50 for Nicola Morris. Third place for Gabby Rojo Rodriguez. She will walk away with $35. And then it was Lucy Wilson taking 4th place, so she will walk home with $25 from this race. So next up, our under 17 men's B. They're getting ready to go for a 12-lap scratch race. As with our previous races, intermediate sprints at 6 laps to go and 3 laps to go. And then prizes at the sprint finish. So finish of the race, first place gets $70, $50 for second place, $35 for third, and $25 for fourth. So as they get rolling, it's Thomas Cook, recently of Viking Cycling Club. He's moved down from the ACT to Bendigo with his family now, one of, I think, 3 Bendigo riders in this field, along with Parker McCulloch and Odin Dean. So the Queenslander, Archie Lutz from Sunshine Coast Cycling Club, just checks over his shoulder there. He's in the navy blue at the front of the field. That looks like Caden Ryan from Blackburn, who is right on his hammer. Caden Ryan, one of a couple of Blackburn men in this field. About 3 from the back there in the long red sleeves. His clubmate Arnav Chakravarthi. So we're going to hear the whistle for the intermediate sprint on this lap. And Thomas Cook from Bendigo has decided to wind it up, as has Archie Lutz from Queensland. So the whistle blows. Thomas Cook has got those legs turning over at a serious rate of knots. So Thomas Cook wearing number 18 on his back. He's trying to make it 10 here, $10. But Archie Lutz from Sunshine Coast. Oh, a fall there. A fall there for Odin Dean. Hopefully he's all right. The track is clear, so I think we will keep going. All right, no need to stop the race. We're going to keep going. Hopefully Odin Dean is okay. I think the first aid folks are on their way over. So Arnav Chakravarthi from Blackburn Cycling Club. Now at the front, Parker McCulloch, one of the clubmates of Odin Dean there, just checking over his shoulder at the front of the race. Odin Dean is still trackside but setting up. Whistle blows for the next intermediate sprint, as it's Miles Kroon and Elliot Burney there at the front. Elliot Burney, a very happy winner of the Chupa Chup handicap earlier on. So Elliot Burney not only looking to walk away with some lollies, but some money to spend on some more lollies perhaps. He's not going to get around Miles Kroon. So the man from Mount Gambier gets $10 for that intermediate sprint there. So our 2 intermediate sprints going the way of Archie Lutz and Miles Kroon, 2 of the non-Victorians in the field, indeed the only 2 non-Victorians in the field. So Miles Kroon winding it up once again at the front there. Elliot Burney, recent podium finisher in the Brunswick Cyclocross Club Championships for the seniors. So 1 lap to go now. Miles Kroon leads them shoulder to shoulder along with Elliot Burney there. Coming up the back straight, it's Elliot Burney leading them there. Arnav Chakravarthi from Blackburn now starting to challenge him around the outside. Burney and Chakravarthi together coming up towards the line. Arnav Chakravarthi it is who takes the win. So Arnav Chakravarthi, who's been racing track for a few years now, gets a nice little fist bump there from Elliot Burney. We always love to see good displays of sportsmanship between our riders. So Chakravarthi there getting the better of Elliot Burney. Parker McCulloch from Bendigo in 3rd. Miles Kroon from Mount Gambier crossing the line in 4th place. So that under-17 men's B 12-lap scratch race presented by the Maillot Jaune Club, based in Melbourne, Australia, formed in 1998 by a small group of former racing cyclists. The club aims to provide activities aimed at bringing past and present day cyclists and friends together in a social environment to maintain camaraderie and interest in competitive cycling, and now making a concerted effort to support the development of junior cyclists. So the Maillot Jaune Club welcomes new members from all aspects of our great sport, and if in your future you happen to race at the Tour de France and wear the fabled Maillot Jaune, the yellow jersey, the good news is you get to join the Maillot Jaune Club for free. Everyone else who hasn't worn the Maillot Jaune at the Tour de France, you can still sign up and be part of the Maillot Jaune Club. There's an annual membership fee of $35. They also hold some very popular functions on a fairly regular basis with some high-profile guest speakers, including the likes of Phil Anderson, Luke Plapp, and Grace Brown. So we'll have a brief interlude for a couple of minutes. We're just going to have a quick look at the track and make some repairs after the fall of Odin Dean in that last race. So I think I see Odin Dean standing up trackside there, so that's always a good sign. So we're just going to do some quick running repairs to the track and make sure everything is safe and okay to continue, and we'll be back with you shortly. So our under-17 men's A graders now out on course. This is a 12-lap scratch race being sponsored by me, Tom McQuillan. So, as with our previous races, there'll be an intermediate sprint at 10 laps to go. At 6 laps to go and 3 laps to go, with $10 on the line for the winner of each of those. So George Mulhern, who's fresh off winning the under-17 Keirin State Championship, obviously feeling pretty good at the moment. He just swings towards the back of the field in that two-tone green kit of his. Ewan Brown of Carnegie Caulfield, the tall figure in the navy blue and gold, also swings off. This is Omar Kamizi, who's now heading to the front of the field. Aidan Wynn of Preston in the red is right there on his hammer. A little bit of a gap there. Joe Natoli from Blackburn in third. Jasper Griffiths in the black and red of the old Focus Attacker cyclocross team, now moving to the fore. Lachlan Ermert in prime position on the wheel of Jasper Griffiths as the whistle goes. 1 lap to our intermediate sprint. Who will be the man to get the first $10 available in this under-17 men's A-grade scratch race? Griffiths and Ermert coming towards the line, but it is Ermert who will get $10 to tuck into the back of his racing skin suit. That being said, $10 is about all that you can fit in the pocket of a good skin suit. The pockets tend to be quite tight, at least when I try them on. So Omar Kamizi now making a move at the front. Oscar Pither, the Tasmanian, just checking over his shoulder to see if anyone wants to help him out. A couple of riders are happy to chip in and assist the man from the Apple Isle. So Kamizi now attacking at that last intermediate sprint. He's still got another full lap to go around if he wants to pay off this effort with $10. But Archie Martin in the colours of Giant Hampton Racing now making his move up around the outside. His jersey is blue, and there would be a very nice little blue note might be going in the back of that one, so $10 for him. So Archie Martin taking one of the intermediate sprints, and Lachlan Ermert as well. But the main event is still 2 laps away now, and $70 on the line if you can be the first one to win that. So Archie Martin still leading the field. George Mulhern, his confidence has never been higher. His win in the Keirin was fueled by an attack from about a lap out. He's tried it again here, George Mulhern. This time Jack Panozzo, who was out of the running in the Keirin, has made sure that he's tried to avenge that. So Jack Panozzo looking very, very strong indeed, going clear, going all the way and taking a confident win. I think there might have been a bit of extra anger in the pedals from Jack Panozzo there after a Keirin result that wouldn't have been in line with his expectations. And it's amazing how a little anger can sometimes be the fuel you need to power a good sprint win. So Jack Panozzo comes across the line in first place. George Mulhern it was in second, Ewan Brown third, and Aidan Wynn crossing the line in fourth spot. So that is the end of the individual racing for our juniors for the morning. Coming up, we will have a team challenge, a 3-lap sprint derby. So we'll be having 3 teams of 4 riders each. So 1 women's under 15, 1 men's under 15, 1 women's under 17, 1 men's under 17 rider per team. So the way that it works is that each of those age groups will compete in a 3-lap sprint race. If you come first in that 3-lap sprint, your team gets 3 points, 2 points to your team for second, 1 point for third. And there's a little bit of cash there as well. If you happen to win your little sprint derby challenge for your age group, you'll get $30 and some Aero shoe covers.
Number 44 didn't start. Number 47 has replaced her. And in 38B, number 28 didn't start and number 27 has replaced her.
So our 3 riders on the track: Amelia Jirovkova representing the Brunswick team, Paravi Tunksale, a team from Carnegie Caulfield, and a hybrid team representing Footscray Cycling Club with riders from all Brunswick and all non-Brunswick and non-Carnegie clubs. They're being represented in this race by Sophie Brooks, the rider from Blackburn. So 1 lap to go. So $30 cash on the line for the winner of this, as well as 3 points for the overall team. There's a much bigger prize for the best scoring overall team at the end of the Sprint Derby Challenge. So Amelia Jirovkova now moving past Paravi Tunksale here. She's going to put Brunswick in a good early position. So Amelia Jirovkova will come through. She'll get 3 points for Brunswick. 2 points it is for Paravi Tunksale and Carnegie Caulfield. And 1 point for Sophie Brooks and the hybrid Footscray Cycling Club team. So each of our 4 mini sprints there being brought to you by a different sponsor. That one brought to you by Diane Townsend. So we thank Diane for her help in bringing it all together today. So our men's under 15 will be the next 3 riders to go. So 3 riders taking to the track for this one, representing the Brunswick team. At the back there in the black and orange is Michael Moles, representing Carnegie Caulfield in the green jersey there, Adama Wadrago. And then representing the hybrid Footscray Cycling Club team in the colours of Blackburn with the red helmet at the front of the line is Henry Grigg. So at the moment, Brunswick leads courtesy of Amelia Jirovkova's win in that last race. So it's currently Brunswick 3, Carnegie 2, Footscray 1. But there are still 3 laps to go. 3 races to go in this team challenge. So the team that finishes in first place overall will get $200 to divide up between their athletes. The team that finishes second gets $140, third gets $100. And there are some nice goodies thrown in there as well. The winning team will get a Maxxis tyre tube and bag pack and a Mapei umbrella. The second team will get a Maxxis pack and a Pedal Mafia pack, and a Maxxis pack and a Pedal Mafia cap for the team that finishes in third, as well as the cash. But to divvy that up, we'll have to find out who's going to win each of the sprints. Adama Wadrago now out the front for Carnegie Caulfield. Henry Grigg holding good position at the bottom of the track there for the Footscray hybrid team. Coming up towards the line, Adama Wadrago gets the win. So it'll be 3 points for Carnegie Caulfield there, 2 for Footscray and 1 for Brunswick. So after 2 events out of 4, that will put the Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club team into the lead. They've got 5 points so far, 4 points, and in second place is the squad from Brunswick, and currently in third place with 3 points, the hybrid team representing Footscray. So our next trio of riders on course, Isla Shaw, who's normally a Shepparton Cycling Club rider. She's in the hybrid Footscray team for now. Chavi Tunksale currently in second wheelers representing Carnegie Caulfield. And then Nicola Morris, who is a dual member of Geelong and Brunswick, I believe, is in the blue and orange there. She's riding for the Brunswick team in this event. So the bell rings, 1 lap to go, and Isla Shaw doing as she's done all day, moving to the front of the field and moving clear of her rivals. So this could be a first sprint win for the Footscray hybrid squad. Chavi Tunksale and Nicola Morris fighting it out for second place there. So Isla Shaw coming through, she will get the win there. Nicola Morris it is, getting 2 points for second place, 1 point for Chavi Tunksale for third. And if my maths is right, that means everyone's equal, I think. My maths is right. There's something that my teachers didn't say to me too often when I was in school. All right, so our 3 clubs, Brunswick, Carnegie and Footscray, all level on 6 points after 3 of our 4 events, all with 1 first place, 1 second place and 1 third place so far. So that means our under-17 men's riders, the last of our 4 heats to go, will be racing for all the chocolates. So it will be Jack Panozzo representing Carnegie Caulfield. He's in the blue of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club. Jasper Griffiths at the front there in the black and red. He is a Carnegie Caulfield member, but he is racing for the Footscray hybrid team today. And then at the back in the all blue is Omar Kamizi. So Omar's racing for Brunswick Cycling Club today. So Omar Kamizi in the blue skin suit with the black shorts of the Terengganu Cycling Club, which will be familiar to many of the Malaysian riders who are going to be racing with us later this afternoon. So he's in first place at the moment. Panozzo is in second. Jasper Griffiths decides to throw a cat among the pigeons with 2 laps to go. He winds up an attack there, perhaps gambling on the fact that Kamizi and Panozzo might be more concerned with watching each other than watching him. So Jasper Griffiths has gambled on going early here for the Footscray squad. How will that pay off? They're coming in towards the bell now. The team challenge is going to come down to this one last lap for our men's under-17 riders. Jack Panozzo now leading strongly down the back straight for the Carnegie Caulfield squad. Will Omar Kamizi be able to bring it back for Brunswick? Jack Panozzo's looking the goods here. He's going to come through and he's going to deliver for Carnegie Caulfield. So Jack Panozzo it is, taking first place. Omar Kamizi comes across the line in second spot for Brunswick, and the hybrid team of Footscray, represented by Jasper Griffiths, getting third spot overall. So that concludes our junior program here at the Bananas in Lycra Track Classic for 2026. Don't go too far away. We're about 5 minutes away from having some podium presentations. So if you've raced this morning and you think you might have made a podium, or you want to congratulate someone who does, head on down to the presentation area. We'll get that presented for you very shortly. Welcome back to our coverage of the Bananas in Lycra Track Classic here at the DISC Velodrome in Melbourne. My name's Tom McQuillan. I'll be with you for the afternoon session here. We've had some quality racing from our juniors this morning. We're now settling into some of the adults racing each other this afternoon at one of Australia's richest track carnivals. Over $18,000 in cash and prizes being handed out today. And as to be expected, there's been an extremely high quality field signed up to try and compete for them. So the first event of our adult program for the afternoon just getting ready to go. This will be our men's A-grade scratch race, a 12-lap scratch race. So our A-grade men now rolling out of the start. So we're just waiting for everyone to form up before the whistle blows, and we're officially underway. All right, the whistle blows on our men's A-grade 12-lap scratch race. So 16 starters here. A full 8 of them are from the Malaysian national team. You'll see them towards the centre of the pack in their distinctive black jerseys. And another rider who is Malaysian by birth but not riding in the black of the Malaysian national track team. He's just coming down at the blue line about 2/3 of the way down the field. That's Muhammad Azizul Hasni Awang. By some distance, the greatest track cyclist that Malaysia has ever produced, a silver medalist in the Keirin at the Olympics. And still going strong even as he's into his late 30s here. So Muhammad Hafiq Muhammad Jafri, one of the Malaysians on the front there in the white helmet, white shoes and socks. I'll be referring to the Malaysians a lot by the colours of their helmets, shoes and socks here, just because all of their kits are obviously the same colour. And it looks like most of our field were very keen to get started. Off to a pretty spicy beginning to this men's A-grade scratch race. So now moving to the front of this field overall, number 4, Finn Kessel from Blackburn, a former under-17 Madison national champion. He's just slotting himself about halfway back down the field now as folks continue to roll turns at the front of the bunch. So just checking over his shoulder there, number 9, Troy Clark from Carnegie Caulfield in the dark grey with the white helmet. Definitely a dark grey rather than a black. We've certainly got plenty of black jerseys to compare him to. Not just on the Malaysians, but also Caleb Antill, number 2, about 6 riders deep, is in an all-black skin suit with a white helmet. So coming into 3 laps to go now, and it's Muhammad Azizul Hasni Awang in second wheel there, just on the trail of his countryman Muhammad Zonis. So 2 laps to go, and it's Aziz Awang at the front there, just flicking the elbow for Caleb Antil. Ori Girilvec is there in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport. As another one of the Malaysians now firing up from a little bit further back in the field. That'll set the cat among the pigeons, and a few Aussies there to chase him down. Number 100, Nujo Lau from Malaysia, is the one who has tried to get the early jump here. Oli Jurovic trying to chase him down, but he's got quite a bit of ground to cover. Nujo Lau coming up towards the line, and he will take the win. So a good victory there for Malaysia in the first of our scratch races for the afternoon. So cash prizes awarded to our first 4 finishers there, with $80 for first place, $60 for second, $45 for third, and $30 for fourth. With Chris Reinmuth and Andrew Dick providing the sponsorship for this one. So Nujo Lau it was taking first place, Ori Girovec in second, Caleb Antil third, and Troy Clark in fourth.
It was already on, so I'm not sure why. I hadn't touched it at all. It had been on all the time, so. Perhaps we need to check those things before the racing starts.
So our women's A-grade scratch race start list now out on track. So just waiting for the whistle to be blown. Indeed, there it is. So a 12-lap scratch race ahead of a field of 10 riders, I believe. Yes, it is 10 riders, half of whom are from the Malaysian national squad in their distinctive black. We've also got a few interesting riders among the field. So just on the front now in the teal of the Bananaman skin suit, the recent winner of the Melbourne Cup on Wheels. I say recent, it was last November, Quinn Rothenbuehler. She just flicks her elbow, lets one of the Malaysians come through. Now it's Hope Harnetti, who's in the yellow of Castlemaine Cycling Club. Anis Amira Rosidi from Malaysia just swinging off the front there in the black. Madeline Douglas is in the light blue jersey of the Meridian Bike Bug team. She's just come back from racing on the road at the Tour of Tasmania last weekend. As now number 64, Tony Abisogni from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. She's in the green of the race development team based in country Victoria, trying to get folks who live in regional areas some experience with an organised cycling team in areas where that might not always be the easiest thing to do. Number 107, Nur Aisha Mohammed Zubia. You can tell her apart from the other Malaysians because she's wearing the long black tights. And it's definitely not for comfort due to the temperatures. Therefore, Mohammed Zubia, just because it is a fairly warm day here in Melbourne. Temperatures around about 30 degrees trackside. So Ruby McLean from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, one of the other riders in the teal of Bananaman Flooring, as Quinn Rothenbuehler now goes on an early attack of the kind that saw her win the Melbourne Cup on Wheels handicap race. Maddie Douglas, though young in terms of years, is strong in terms of watts. She's trying to bring the rest of the field across. She's got 4 Malaysians right on her wheel here. So Quinn Rothenbuehler concedes she isn't going to get away. She swings up the track to let Maddie Douglas have a turn. Douglas also defers, as do the Malaysians as well. So no one really all that interested in coming through and trying their luck with 2 laps to go. Ruby McLean now decides that sounds like a good idea. Nur Aisyah Mohammed Zubir in those long black tights and white helmet, the first of the Malaysians to make a move across. So inside a lap and a half to go now. Ruby McLean now coming up towards the bell. Zubir will be the first of the Malaysians to move. Number 104, Nur Alyssa Mohammed Farid in the black helmet's currently sitting in second wheel. Maddie Douglas also trying to move forward there. Another of the Malaysians coming around. Will she be able to catch Mohammed Zubir as they come up towards the line? Oh, close on the line. Close indeed it was. I think that was Nurul Issa Izzati Mohammed Asri, number 103 in the black helmet with the long white socks, who got the win. Indeed it was. Just ahead of Nur Aisyah Mohammed Zubir in second, and Nur Alyssa Mohammed Farid in third. Maddie Douglas crossing the line in fourth place. So that's our men's and women's A-grade scratch races completed. So our 2 fields of elite riders have now gotten the legs nice and warm. So our men's B-grade riders now coming out onto the track. So a 12-lap scratch race in prospect for them, just waiting for the field to be in one contiguous line before the whistle is blown. There it is. So Zarin Fong Sutton in the distinctive yellow of Castlemaine Cycling Club, the first rider to come through and take a turn. And it looks like the figure of Emerson Julian from Bendigo and District Cycling Club in the white, who's now come forward. So as we saw with the men's A-grade race, people keen to keep things moving in the early going here. Ooh, a rider there, Isaac Byrne it is, has lost a pedal, I think. So a problem with his pedal or his crank there for Isaac Byrne. So just waiting for everyone to get around him safely. He did very well to hold it up there, Isaac Byrne, as he's now got his crank dragging on the ground. That is not the sort of thing that will allow him to keep going. But thankfully he was able to avoid an incident there. So hopefully a couple of minutes with the torque wrench and Isaac Byrne will be right to go for the next race, although he won't be able to continue with this one. So as Isaac Byrne brings himself to a slow stop around the outside of the track, Tom Williamson and Harrison Moller are now at the front. Williamson there at the front of affairs with the long orange sleeves from Brunswick. Harrison Moller from the border town of Echuca Moama. They've had a very good week in terms of cycling news. Not only has former Echuca man Levi Hone won the overall general classification for men at the Tour of Tasmania, but their club president was also recognised in the local area sports awards for his contribution to his local community. So Matt Jabelli is his name, and he has done an excellent job with the Echuca Moama Cycling Club and was recognised for that earlier this week. This is now Benjamin Holmes from Brunswick coming to the front of B grade, just flicks the elbows there and signals to his clubmate Lucas Fitzgerald that he's going to move out of the way. Ben Holmes also quite a talented cyclocross and gravel rider when the weather gets a little bit cooler. Winner of the overall B grade series at the Victorian CX State Series last year. As number 21 now on the front, Sean Cleary from Blackburn Cycling Club. Winner last week of a couple of different state titles in his age group, if my memory serves. So a lap and a half to go now, and it looks like that's Lucas Fitzgerald who's making the move there for Brunswick. So Lucas Fitzgerald, oh sorry, they've just gone through 2 to go. Now they are at a lap and a half to go. Big move coming around the outside. That might be Emerson Julian there, or it could be Harrison Moller. So attacking down the outside there. A big move coming from a long way back. Folks chasing hard from behind, but it'll take quite an effort to bring back our lone leader. A very nicely timed attack. He will come away with the win there. So that was Harrison Moller from Echuca Moama Cycling Club. Crossing the line in first place, I think. No, it was Sam Hudson. He's wearing number 17. I got him mixed up with number 77. So Sam Hudson, none of the riders from Brunswick. I didn't initially recognise him because he does normally wear his Brunswick kit, but he's in a different jersey today, and maybe it's a lucky jersey if he's come away with that first win. So Sam Hudson in first, Lucas Fitzgerald second, Josh Thompson, number 14, taking third place, and Emerson Julian from Bendigo getting fourth place. So that men's B-grade 12-lap scratch race brought to you by a couple of very generous donors, Doug and Carol Armstrong. As our women's B-grade 12-lap scratch races just about to make their way onto the boards. So this 12-lap scratch race being sponsored by Diane Townsend and the Maillot Jaune Club. So the Maillot Jaune Club, a local group of cycling fans looking to celebrate and promote the sport of cycling. They hold a number of quite interesting sort of sportsman's night style talks, so they'll get a famous rider, the likes of Luke Plapp or Grace Brown or Baden Cook. Will come on down, have a chat to the Maillot Jaune Club. And if you ever do find yourself racing at the Tour de France and you win the Maillot Jaune, you get to be a patron of the club for free. So the most recently inducted member of that club, Jai Hindley, wearer of the Maillot Jaune at the Tour de France 3 years ago now. I think it was 2023 if memory is right. Anyway, we're off and racing now. So 12 laps for our B-grade women. Number of different clubs and teams represented here. At the front there, number 89, Amali Judd. Field in one long line here shows that the bunch is certainly not keen to play around. They're here to race and they're off and going now. So Audrey Pritchard it is, I think, who is in the yellow of Castlemaine there. The pace just easing ever so slightly here. as I think that was Montana Collier coming forward for a brief turn. Sam Bradbury of St Kilda Cycling Club with her very distinctive white disc wheel. Current Masters World Champion in the women's team sprint is Sam Bradbury. Michaela Tobin now leading the field in the pink helmet on the inside in that white jersey. Michaela Tobin riding for Geelong Cycling Club. So 2 riders there in the colours of Castlemaine Cycling Club towards the front. So Montana Collier in the mix there, as is Lachey Madden. Lachey Madden in the long yellow sleeves and the white helmet there. A couple of riders also in the teal skin suit of the Bananaman Flooring. Obviously the sponsors of today's racing action, as number 92, Rebecca Williamson from Brunswick, is there. Sam Bradbury has decided to turn up the pace as they've gone through 3 laps to go now. Coming into 2.5 laps to go, the St Kilda rider has a lead of about 20 metres on the rest of the field, and they're starting to wake up to chase. So 3 laps to go. Williamson trying to chase her down. Montana Collier is right there. Lachey Madden also getting herself up towards the pointy end of affairs in that chasing bunch. But if anything, Sam Bradbury might have extended her lead over that last lap. It's nearly 50 metres now, most of the length of the home straight. Lachey Madden now trying to haul back the gap. Minda Denham there from Horsham Cycling Club in the bright pink towards the front now, as a bit of a rush is coming a bit further back in that main field from Ning Chen of Blackburn. But Sam Bradbury comfortably out in front at the moment with 1 lap left, so 1 lap to go for Bradbury. She checks over her shoulder. She's still got most of the back straight by way of a gap at the moment. So Sam Bradbury looking like she will have everybody in her wake fighting for second place. A casual check over her shoulder and she will take the win. Second place there, I think it might have been Montana Collier. And then you could throw a blanket over Ning Chen, Minda Denham, and one other rider there for second, third, fourth and fifth. So the winner there, Sam Bradbury. Amali Judd it was, coming through for the victory from the chasing pack, number 89. Ning Chen from Blackburn getting up for third, and Minda Denham, number 70, in the pink, crossing the line in fourth spot. So next up we have our men's C-grade scratch race. This one is sponsored by Matt Gould and Mitchelton Wines. Mitchelton Wines, obviously a former sponsor of the team that is now Jayco Alula. They were previously Mitchelton Scott in 2018. I think it was 2018. In any case, Mitchelton, a name well and truly associated with cycling in Australia. Great to see them lending their support here. So our men's C-grade racers will be racing for 12 laps for their scratch race. $80 for first place, $60 for second, $45 for third, and $30 for fourth. Now, considering that entry for today's racing was $35 for the seniors, I believe. You only need to finish in third place in one of these races to already be ahead of your money. One of the comparatively few examples in the world of cycling where you can come out ahead. Normally it's just for the passion and not necessarily for the cash. But if you can have both, why not have both? So at the front there, number 24, Thomas Brain, one of the youngsters in this field, in the colours of the race development team. That distinctive bright green matched pretty well to the colour of his helmet as well, I must say. This is Peter Felsted now, an extremely experienced rider, but swept all of his categories in his Masters age group at the Masters State Track Championships here at DISC last weekend. The big figure of Barry Woods from Blackburn just swinging to the top of the track there. His turn at the front done, at least for the time being. Number 25, Robert Mann, also having a quick turn and then moving out of the way. Straight after. Yep. No worries. Thank you. So a reminder to all of the riders, if you place in the first 4 positions and win some cash, you can collect it immediately, and we encourage you to do so. We don't recommend waiting around too long. You can roll straight off the track and down to the prize desk, just next to where the commissaires are seated. Laurie Norris down there is he's having a day where everybody wants to be his friend, and he's giving away all of the cash and prizes. So when you get a chance, head on down to Laurie if you manage to take a win or a place, and he'll sort you out with the appropriate prize money. So a lap and a half to go now in our men's C-grade 12-lap scratch race presented by Matt Gould and Mitchelton Wines. Well, no, 2.5 laps to go it was. Now it's 2 laps. Matthew Denham on the front there, one of the riders from Horsham. Good to see them coming down the Western Highway to race with us here this afternoon. Big attack from a rider in the black down the outside of the field, coming into 1 lap to go. We'll try and get a look at who that is. I think that might be Josh Rayner, who has wound it up from a long way out. The bunch chasing hard to try and get back on terms. I can see Peter Felsted trying to get across. Will he be able to manage it? They come up towards the line in men's C-grade. And there we go. So that was Josh Rayner there, taking the victory. Number 76 it was in second place. Our men's D-graders now getting on the track for their 12-lap scratch race. So this one sponsored by RL Dodd Transportation. So if you've got a big heavy load that needs moving around over a long distance and you need a truck to move it, LR Dodd Transport are your folks to call. So as they get rolling on their 12-lap scratch race, it's number 83, Dougal Hansen, in the long red sleeves, and we'd almost call that a tan brown helmet, coming through for the first turn. Andrew Bain just swinging off the front there. The Blackburn rider with the long red sleeves in the black helmet. So riders from all around the state of Victoria joining us from this one. A couple from Albury-Wodonga. from Eureka Cycling Club in Ballarat. That's Stephen Crow from that club, who's just swung off the front in that jersey with the colours of a beautiful sunset. Also riders from Carnegie, Caulfield, Blackburn, Shepparton and Echuca Moama in this field, as it's now Oliver Hall, the rider from Shepparton, at the front of the bunch. Joseph Kontos from Carnegie Caulfield in the white jersey, one of the younger men in this field, now moving to the front and lifting the tempo a bit. Levi Brain from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, another of the youngsters in the field, now just at the top of the track, slotting himself into the back of the field, at least for the moment. We're halfway through now, so being at the back now is not a bad place to be. At least on the logic that if you continue to rotate through smoothly, you'll make your way at the front about when you need to be there. Bit of a move off the front here now. This is rider number 32, Trent Perry from Albury-Wodonga, now making a move off the front. So Trent Perry quick to swing out of the way. Joseph Kontos from Carnegie Caulfield saw that move and wanted to go with him. Some very high and very narrow bars for Joseph Kontos. So those two working together fairly smoothly and giving the rest of the field the task of chasing them down. I think Scott Moller from Echuca Moama is one of the first ones in there. Dougal Hansen from Blackburn now thinks that his best shot is trying to go across on his own. So Dougal Hansen now joins Trent Perry and Joseph Kontos at the front there. A little bit of chatter about some line choice, I think, among our leading riders, but everyone manages to keep it upright and hopefully keeps themselves intact. So coming in towards the bell now, 1 lap to go, and it's Dougal Hansen from Blackburn who leads them through. Joseph Kontos from Carnegie Caulfield in second wheel. Trent Perry from Albury-Wodonga in the black there, and Andrew Bain is really fired up from the back of this field. He's not going to catch up in time though, I think, so Kontos takes the win. Then the Blackburn riders, Dougal Hansen and Andrew Bain, split second and third place, and I think it was fourth spot and $30 in prize money for Trent Perry. So again, a reminder to our riders, you can claim your money as soon as your race is over. And so if you just want to take the money and run, fair play and more power to you. You can do that as soon as you come off the track. Head on over to the prize bench and the lovely Laurie Norris will be happy to hand you the appropriate amount of cash or prizes. So our men's E-grade riders now out on track. 7 souls and 12 laps of racing ahead of them. Whistle blows now. Riders representing the Blackburn, Brunswick, Preston, Shepparton and Bendigo and District clubs in amongst this field. So at the front, in the colours of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club, though he is very heavily involved with the Preston club, is John Mitsonikos. He's just slotting into the back of this field. Beautiful handmade bike that he's on. If you ever get a chance to have a quick sneaky peek at John's bike, I'd strongly recommend you do so, especially if you are a connoisseur of a nice shiny track machine. Kim Oberauer from Blackburn, the next one to come through, in the colours of Blackburn. One of the Brunswick riders at the front. This might be Walter Dapchich, who's now just swinging out of the way with the white disc wheel. So John Mitsonikos now back at the front of this field. He makes way for Simon Hall in the black and green of the Shepparton Cycling Club. They've had a very good start to the day as their young gun rider Isla Shaw cleaned house in the under-17 women's categories this morning. A young rider with a very bright future both on and off the track. And it's a great credit to everyone at the Shepparton Club, the extent to which they get behind not only Isla Shaw but all of their athletes who come down here and race. Perhaps unsurprising that a club led by former Olympic track gold medalist Brett Lancaster is strongly involved in getting their riders into track racing. So John Mitsonikos from Preston now at the front. He's got rider number 42 right on his hammer, Christopher Brooks of Blackburn. So Christopher Brooks, the rider in the red with the rear black disc wheel. Kim Oberauer now coming to the front, just has 2 standard wheels on his machine. So at the moment it's Kim Oberauer leading the field. Coming through for a turn now, the rider from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. This is Neil Thompson. He's in the darker of the navy blues. John Mitsonikos, who's he's now into second wheel. I'd say that's more of a royal blue than a navy blue, but your mileage may vary. As in the Brunswick Black, the Centennial Edition kit that Brunswick released to celebrate 100 years of the club's existence. That was Walter Dapchich with the white rear disc wheel. So coming into 3 laps to go now, as Simon Hall from Shepparton is keeping a watchful eye on the rest of this field. So our men's E-grade scratch race brought to you by the title sponsor of today's Bananas in Lycra Track Festival, Bananaman Flooring. So the rider from Shepparton, Simon Hall, has now decided to put his cards on the table. So it's all in for Hall as he heads down the back straight now, coming in towards a lap and a half to go. Neil Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club is trying to close him down. Kim Oberauer and Walter Dapchich trying to lead the main field across. So Hall goes through the last lap there in first place. Heading down the back straight now, Neil Thompson overtakes Simon Hall, and the Bendigo and District rider looking good. Walter Dapchich coming home with a wet sail here, but he's left his run a little bit too late. So Neil Thompson takes the win. Walter Dapchich and Simon Hall splitting second and third there. And John Mitsonikos from Preston Cycling Club nipping across the line there in fourth place and pocketing $30 for his troubles. So confirmation of the results there. Neil Thompson in first place, Walter Dapchich second, Simon Hall in third, and John Mitsonikos in fourth spot. So that concludes our opening round of scratch races. We'll now move on to our women's sprint elimination number 1. This is round 1. So this will be a 4-lap sprint elimination. The first 3 finishers will progress to the next round. The 3 Malaysian riders will be hoping to go 1, 2, 3 here, but the 2 Aussies in the field, Hope Harnedy in the yellow and Maddie Douglas in the blue, won't make it that easy for them. So in terms of the 3 Malaysians, the first of them in line at the moment, she's in the white helmet with the long black tights. That's Nur Aisyah Mohammed Zubir. And then her 2 teammates on the back there, Nur Izzati Mohammed Asri. She's number 103. And Nurul Aliana Sifika Azizan is number 106. So Azizan is the rider. She's wearing a black helmet and white socks, but crucially she's got yellow decals on her bike. And Nurul Izzati Mohammed Asri has white decals. So they're in the sprint for the final lap. Top 3 go through to the next round. And it's the Malaysians looking to make it a clean sweep here, moving up and around the outside of Hope Harnedy and Maddie Douglas. And it looks like it will be 1, 2, 3 for the team in black. So the Malaysians moving on as a group there with Nurul Izzati Mohammed Asri, the first one across the line. Second it was for Nurul Aliana Siafika Azizan. And then number 107, the third and final qualifier, was Nur Aisyah Mohammed Zubir. So Zubir it was, getting second place there behind Mohammed Asri, and Azizan in third. Maddie Douglas in fourth place and Hope Harnedy fifth. So the 3 Malaysians taking to the start there, all moving through to round 2 of our women's sprint elimination competition. So our 5 riders getting going in our women's sprint elimination. Second heat, 2 Malaysians in the field this time, Nur Alisa Mohammed Farid and Anis Amira Rasidi. And they will be up against Lachey Madden. She's in the yellow of Castlemaine Cycling Club, Alana Lake in the red of Blackburn. And then Ruby McLean is in the teal of the Bananaman Flooring kit. So coming through to 2 laps to go. Just a check over the shoulder there from Lachey Madden. Nur Alisa Mohammed Farid is the shorter of the 2 Malaysians, who's now coming to the fore. Anis Amira Rosidi is right on her wheel. So the Malaysians have shown very good team coordination, as would be expected from a team's elite track program from an entire country. So into the final 200 metres now. And the 2 Malaysians looking very strong and looking like they will qualify in the first 2 spots, but there will be one more rider to progress, and it looks like it is going to be close on the line. But Alana Lake gets the 3rd and final qualifying spot there. So the qualifiers from that race taking the win, I think that was Nur Alisa Mohammed Farid. It was indeed. And Anis Amira Rosidi was second. Alana Lake in third. Gets the last qualifying spot in our round 2 of our women's sprint elimination. So that will mean it will be 5 Malaysians and 1 Australian in the second round of that competition. So next up, our first round of our men's sprint elimination. So this is round 1, heat 1. So 4 laps. As with our women's racing, the top 3 will progress in our sprint elimination here. So Caleb Antle on the Australian team bike now moving forward. Ollie Jirovac is right there as well. He went to Junior Track Worlds last season, the young man from Brunswick, now in the colours of the VIS. So the 2 Malaysians in this field currently sitting 3rd and 4th, Muhammad Ridwan Sarom and Muhammad Fadil Muhammad Zonis. So they're now starting to move towards the front. And it looks like that's Nicholas Papadakis from Blackburn, who also wants to be there when the whips are cracking. So into the last lap now, and Papadakis now moving up around the outside of the 2 Malaysians there. Remember, the first 3 will go through to round 2, and it looks like that will be Nicholas Papadakis who's going to come away with the win and the progression to the next round. Then I think it may just have been Muhammad Ridwan Sarom from Malaysia, number 95. I think he is the rider in the short sleeves of these 2. So 1 in short sleeves, 1 in long sleeves. So yes, Muhammad Ridwan Sarom, number 95 in the short sleeves, taking 2nd. Muhammad Fadil Muhammad Zonis, number 98. The 3rd and final qualifier there. So that one there was brought to us by Unique Cycling. Thanks to them for their support of our prize pool today. So our second heat in our men's sprint elimination competition now getting going. Malaysian legend Azizul Awang leads them away in the black and red there with the black helmet. In second wheel, also in black and red with a bright orange helmet, Benjamin Woods from Blackburn. Riley Boyd also in the mix there from Brunswick. He is currently in third wheel in the orange and purple of the Brunswick squad. So things starting to get pretty serious now as they're coming through 2 laps to go. So as they come through 2 laps to go, it was Isaac Byrne in the colours of the Victorian Institute of Sport leading them through. And some riders with some work to do here in this last lap. So 1 lap to go now, 3 spots available. And it's Isaac Byrne and Riley Boyd there. Muhammad Azizul Awang takes less than the time it takes to say his name to get to the front here. I thought he was away back earlier on, but he will safely progress to the next round. Looked like that was Aubrey Price who might have come across in second there. So the results of that second heat, Muhammad Azizul Hasni Awang, the Olympic medalist from Malaysia, the first one to qualify, but also making it through Aubrey Price and Isaac Byrne. So our next race on track will be our Men's Fast Masters 5 Keirin State Championship. So the final for that race presented by Footscray Cycling Club. So there'll be 6 riders competing in this one. I think we've just about got enough holders to go around, or are we one short? I think we're 1 holder short if anyone's free. Oh, yeah, there we go. It doesn't take long and a volunteer is found. All right, the whistle blows and riders will form into position behind our Moto Derny. So 6 riders competing. Ooh. The whistle has blown. I think we may need a restart here. I think our Moto Derny might have been going past a little bit too quickly for our athletes that time. So we might get them to back off the pace a little bit and we'll have a restart. So riders are ready to go again. All right, that looks like a successful roll away this time. So 6 riders here competing for the Men's Masters 5 at Keirin State Championships. So the first man behind the Derny in the dark grey jersey is Troy Clark from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. Just behind him in the gold and navy blue of Albury-Wodonga is David Mann. In third position in the black, white and red of Blackburn, that is Barry Woods. In fourth position in the all black, that's Josh Rayner from Cairns, I'm fairly sure. Then second last in line in the blue jersey there is Matt Brain from Bendigo and District and Stephen Crow from Eureka Cycling Club on the back of the field at the moment. All right, the Derny swings away and there's 3 laps left to decide this Men's Masters 5 Keirin State Championship here. So Troy Clark checking over his shoulder. He's at the front of affairs at the moment. And he's definitely keeping his eye trained backwards rather than forward, seeing if anyone else wants to give it a bit of a rip. Making a move now. Pace definitely starting to pick up. Troy Clark right on the wheel there of Josh Rayner from Cairns. So Rayner who will lead them into the last lap. Barry Woods is there, as is Troy Clark coming down the back straight, but Rayner's looking good as they come into turn 3. Troy Clark has a great turn of finishing speed, but he won't be enough. It will not be enough, and Josh Rayner it is who takes the win. So confirmation of the results from that Men's Masters 5 Keirin State Championship final. Josh Rayner in first place, Troy Clark second, Barry Woods in third, and it was David Mann, Matt Brain and Stephen Crow. So our 3 Masters women getting ready for their Keirin State Championship. So Sam Bradbury in the black, Tony Abisogni in the bright green, and Beck Williamson in the teal. So if my memory serves, each of the women in our Women's Masters Keirin final is in a different age group, so they will all be the respective age group Keirin champions for the state of Victoria if they manage to finish. Of course, sometimes finishing can be a challenge in and of itself, but there is still the matter of the cash. This one being sponsored by the Arboretum Farm in Nathalia. So the sponsor from Country Victoria there getting involved with the Women's Masters Keirin State Championship. So there's still $100 on the line for the winner of this race, as well as, of course, personal pride.
Event 14, ready to marshal.
Could we please have our women for event number 14, for the sprint elimination, to marshalling, please. Women for the sprint elimination, to marshalling, please. So as we return to our race on track, Sam Bradbury of St Kilda just checking over her shoulder. Tony Abisogni from Bendigo and District Cycling Club currently in second wheel. Beck Williamson from Brunswick is in the teal, currently in third spot. Tempo ratcheting up as we're coming in towards 1 lap to go. Bradbury checking over her shoulder, seeing if someone will be the first one to make a move. Abisogni now tries her luck towards the bottom of the track. So Abisogni and Bradbury shoulder to shoulder there, heading down the back straight. Abisogni in the green, Bradbury in the black. Still level as they come into turn 3. They've got the line in sight now. Will it be the young Abisogni or the older Bradbury coming up towards the line? It is Bradbury who takes the win. So Sam Bradbury there taking first place. Tony Abisogni putting in an excellent effort there from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. And Beck Williamson from Brunswick grabbing third on the day. So round 2 of our women's 3-lap sprint elimination now getting ready to go. So we'll have 6 starters and we'll chop those down to 3 who will contest the final. So 5 riders in black from the Malaysian national team, and the odd woman out in the red of Blackburn Cycling Club is Alana Lake. And away they roll. So the first of the Malaysians, Nur Alisa Muhammad Farid, is in first position. She is wearing shorts with black socks, and it is Alana Lake. And then in third position, one of the Malaysians wearing white socks. That might be the biggest clue as to who's who among the 5 Malaysian riders in this round 2 race. So Alana Lake keeping a close eye on some of her competitors there. It's a lot easier for the Malaysians to keep an eye on Alana Lake than the other way around. They only have to watch 1 rider. She has to look out for 5. So Alana Lake from Blackburn continues to check over her shoulder here. As Nur Alisa Muhammad Farid is the first of the Malaysians in line as Alana Lake begins to accelerate now. Lake deciding to go from a long way out. She'll have plenty of support from the Australian crowd, but there are quite a few Malaysians in attendance as well. So Nur Alisa Muhammad Farid charging past Alana Lake as they go down the back straight there. Well, she's got a couple of teammates right on her hammer. So Nur Alisa Muhammad Farid will be the first qualifier there. And 2 of her Malaysian teammates, numbers 103 and 105, also qualifying and making it through. So that was Nurul Issa Isati Muhammad Asri and Anis Rosidi. Sorry, go again. So competitors in the men's sprint elimination, if we could have you ready to go shortly, please. Your race is just about to start, and we wouldn't want you to miss it. So Nicholas Papadakis and Isaac Byrne, we are looking for you specifically for round 2 of the men's sprint elimination competition. So Nicholas Papadakis and Isaac Byrne. So one last call for Nicholas Papadakis and Isaac Byrne. Last call or you will miss the boat. All right, they're off and rolling. So Nicholas Papadakis and Isaac Byrne will take no further part in our sprint elimination competition. We still need 3 riders to contest the final. So that will leave Mohamed Sarom, Azizul Awang and Mohamed Zonis going up against Aubrey Price. So once again, 1 Australian rider up against the remainder of the field from Malaysia. So unsurprisingly, Azizul Awang, the Olympic silver medalist in the Keirin, is one of the focuses of attention of the remaining 3 riders. Everyone will want to keep a close eye on him. As is currently Sarom in 2nd place and Zonis in 3rd. Sarom wearing white shoes, Zonis wearing black shoes, if you need to tell them apart. So coming in towards the bell, 1 lap to go. Azizul Awang now winding it up. Aubrey Price will have to beat at least one of these Malaysians if he wants to make it through to the final of our sprint elimination competition. Azizul Awang looking strong at the bottom of the track. It looks like he will qualify, and the other 2 Malaysians will also make it through as well. So the finals of our sprint elimination competitions for both men and women look to be all Malaysian affairs.
David, Tom reminds us we need to push these next 3 events, 3 Keirins, please.
Copy that. Our next 3 events on our program are Keirin races. If we could have 6 sturdy pushers to the start straight, please, so we can get our riders going without too much drama, that would be fantastic. So I said pushers just before, I meant holders. There's a difference in track cycling between someone who holds and someone who pushes. For a Keirin start, we will need a holder, not a pusher. That was what he told me over ages. That's like the Ron Burgundy thing. So next up will be the final for our men's Masters 7 to 9 Keirin Championship. So 4 riders ready to get started. From the bottom of the track there in position number 1 in the blue, John Mitsonikos from Preston Cycling Club. Just next to him in the black with the white stripes is Walter Dapchich from Brunswick. Tony Renahan is the rider in the white jersey from Brunswick, and then at the top of the track in the black and teal is Peter Felsted. So a Keirin race getting ready to go. So this will decide the Keirin State Championships for the men's Masters 7, 8 and 9 categories. So men's Masters 7 for riders with a racing age of 60 to 64. Men's Masters 8 from 65 to 69, and men's Masters 9 from 70 to 74. So the Derny increasing in speed. John Mitsonikos, the first man behind the moto at the moment. Then it is Walter Dapchich, then Tony Renahan, and then right at the back at the minute is Peter Felsted. So John Mitsonikos keen to maintain the fast pace that the Derny left them with as they come into the first of the 3 laps that the riders are out there on their own. Those behind him now calculating when is going to be the best moment to make their moves. Peter Felsted moving a little wider on the track to give himself room to accelerate when he feels it's necessary. And a surge now coming from Peter Felsted. Just under a lap and a half to go now. And Felsted's putting it on the line here. So Peter Felsted leads them into the bell. John Mitsonikos is second. Then it's Walter Dapchich. Renahan, the rider in white, is at the back at the moment. But Peter Felsted has got a great jump on his competitors here. And Peter Felsted's going to take this one all the way through the line and claim the state title. John Mitsonikos bobs his head all the way over to finish in second place in that race, just ahead of Walter Dapchich, and then Renahan it was taking 4th place. So another Keirin race coming up. This is the qualifying heat for the men's under-19 Keirin Championships. There will be 2 qualifying heats. The first 3 finishers in each heat will go through to the Keirin State Championship final. So this first heat being sponsored by Unique Cycling, which aims to develop junior and elite cyclists in an environment where they know they can rely on each other in all circumstances, in sport and in life, with the full support of experienced and accredited coaches, managers, trainers and support staff. Members will develop their talent to exceptional levels and learn the discipline, commitment and teamwork necessary to achieve success in all aspects of their lives. So thank you very much to Unique Cycling for sponsoring not just this race, but also all of the racing here today at the Bananaman Track Classic. So 6 riders competing here and 3 spots available in the state championship final. So the rider just tucking over his bars right at the front there. Rider number 5 is Benjamin Woods from Blackburn Cycling Club. He's got a teammate in 4th position in line, that's Flynn Kessel. Between them are 2 riders from Brunswick. Lachlan Trenton is the taller of the 2 in the orange and purple. Ben Holmes is in 3rd wheel at the moment in the grey helmet in the orange and black kit. And then in 2nd last position in the green of race development is Thomas Brain, and then Joseph Kontos from Carnegie Caulfield is in the white jersey at the back. So Derny's pulled away, coming in towards 2 laps to go now. First 3 finishers will progress to our state championship final. Ben Woods on the inside of the track, keeping a close eye on everyone else, being watchful here. No one wanting to wind it up quite this early. Thomas Bray now thinking about increasing the tempo here. Almost everyone deciding to sprint at the same time, as it's Woods who leads them into the last lap. Joseph Contos is right there in second wheel, but Ben Holmes has positioned himself well in the draft. Lachlan Trenton, his Brunswick clubmate, trying to move up around his outside. So as they come up towards the line, Woods will qualify, Contos will qualify, and a throw to the line between the two Brunswick boys. I think it may just have been Lachlan Trenton who got the better of Ben Holmes there, but we will wait for confirmation from the commissaires. So confirmation of the results there. Ben Woods from Blackburn qualifying in first position. Joseph Contos currently qualifying in second. And it was Lachlan Trenton grabbing the last qualifying spot available in our men's under-19 Keirin State Championship heat. So our riders in our men's under-19 Keirin second heat getting ready to go. Just a reminder, if you are in the sprint elimination finals for either men or women, you will be up in the next two races. So we need you in the marshalling area very soon, please. So competitors in the women's sprint elimination final and the men's sprint elimination final, please make your way down to marshalling. So 6 riders starting in our second heat for our under-19 men's Keirin. 3 will make it through to the final. 3 will see their Keirin competition end here. All right, away they roll. So 4 different riders from Brunswick Cycling Club in this group of 6. So forming up behind the Derny, the first of them is Lucas Fitzgerald, number 15 in the all-black helmet. Then in second wheel, in the colours of Blackburn Cycling Club, is Noah Brooks. Sitting in third, the tall figure there, number 8, is Riley Boyd. Just on his wheel, currently in fourth in line, Levi Brain from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. Sam Hudson is the rider in the all-white jersey. He's another of the Brunswick men. And the last rider in line and the last of the Brunswick riders in the blue colours of the Victorian Institute of Sport is Ollie Jirovec. So the Derny swings off the track. And Ollie Jirovec was just accelerating almost as the Derny was about to pull away, improving his position within this bunch. So 3 spots available in our Keirin final now. Who will it be who will take them? Riley Boyd is getting things going early on. Noah Brooks is tucked in on his wheel, and Ollie Jirovec is well positioned in the navy blue. So coming up towards 1 lap to go now. Boyd leads them into the last lap. Ollie Jirovec is right there and now starting to come around the outside. Oh, a fall there, a fall for Lucas Fitzgerald. As they come around that last corner, Ollie Jirovec just checks over his shoulder and makes sure he will qualify safely. Indeed he will. So Sam Hudson, it is taking second place from the field. Riley Boyd getting third. So of our 4 riders in that race, the 3 qualifiers all from Brunswick, The one man who missed out, unfortunately, is the one man who's just picked himself up from off the deck. So Lucas Fitzgerald has bounced up to his feet fairly quickly, which is always a good sign, though he may not necessarily have the most comfortable night's sleep coming up. Just checking over his helmet there and making sure everything is in working order with both bike and rider. So the commissaires have given the track the all clear there. So our 3 riders in our women's sprint elimination final now getting ready to go. Numbers 103, 104 and 105, all from the Malaysian team. So the first rider off, the shorter of the 2 riders with black socks, is Nur Alyssa Mohammed Farid. And then in second wheel, Anis Amira Rosidi has black socks as well, but is slightly taller. And then the rider with the white socks is Nur Alyssa Mohammed Asri. Team succeeds. It's also great when you succeed individually as well. Now, want to win this sprint final, sponsored by Diane Townsend. $100 for the winner here, $75 for second, $50 for third, as well as a Tosca suitcase and a $100 Chia Vita clothing voucher. So plenty of spoils to be interested in. As it's Mohammed Asri who now starts to wind things up. 1 lap to go now, coming in towards the bell. So Asri leads them through. 1 lap left. And it was rider number 105 charging hard. That's Rosidi. It looks like it will be the first 2 who will decide the spoils. Asri still looking good. Rosidi trying to get across, but it looks like it will be Nur Isati Mohammed Asri who comes through and takes victory, covering that final 200 metres at an average of 62 k's an hour. So confirmation of the result there. Nur Isati Mohammed Asri in first place, and it was Rosidi in second and Mohammed Farid in third. So our men's sprint elimination final getting going. 3 Malaysians taking to the start line. The first of them at the moment in the red and black is Muhammad Azizul Hasni Awang, the Olympic medalist. In second wheel, Muhammad Sarom. He's the rider with the white shoes in the Malaysian team kit. And then it's Muhammad Zonis in the black shoes, currently in third. So Muhammad Zonis, Awang and Sarom here. So Sarom currently leading the trio. Azizul Hasni Awang just checking over his shoulder. Keeping a close eye both forward and backward here. Knows that he will be a marked man, as you tend to be when you've stood on an Olympic podium. So a little bit of switching and swapping and moving up and down the track now. Awang the first to make a serious acceleration here. He's trying to lead it out from a long way, but he's got Sarom and Muhammad Zonis right there. So Muhammad Zonis trying to move up around the outside of Azizul Hasni Awang. Awang doesn't give space away for cheap, and he moves back up in front of Zonis as they come into turn 3. Look at the speed of Muhammad Azizul Hasni Awang. Comes away with the sprint elimination victory. Second place it was for... So Muhammad Zonis it was in second place, and then Muhammad Sarom crossing the line in third. So that men's 3-lap sprint elimination final brought to us by Steve McKetty and Noir Machina Ballarat. Our winner there, Azizul Awang, also going away with a Tosca suitcase from the Australian Luggage Company and a $100 voucher for Chiavita clothing. All right, we need a couple of extra holders to the start line, please. I think I can see a couple of folks heading over to lend a hand. So this next one will be our Keirin Championship State Final for Men's Masters 1 through 3. Being presented by the Goldfields Cycle Sport. Umbrella from Mapei and John Trevorrow. It's just listed as John Trevorrow in my program, so I think that means you just get actual John Trevorrow if you win this one, so do with that what you will. So we have signalled for the Derny here. And our riders now getting ready to go. 3 riders from Blackburn in this field, 2 from Preston and 1 from Geelong. And as they roll away, it is number 26, Jan Kelly Flanders from Blackburn with the black and blue helmet, who settles into first position behind the Derny. And it is Daniel Bucknell in the white and grey in second wheel. Then John North from Preston, the man in black. Plenty of tattoos on John North, but don't let that scare him off. He's actually a very helpful man. Been chipping in some prizes for this weekend, courtesy of his employer Bike Chain. And then Dougal Hansen is the rider from Blackburn in fourth wheel at the moment with the brown helmet. Then Andrew Bain just behind him in the Blackburn skin suit, and bringing up the rear, William Butler, the rider from Geelong. Okay, the Derny swings away. Jan Kelly Flanders keeps an eye on those around him at the moment. Daniel Bucknell starting to make a move. William Butler looking to accelerate all the way from the back of this field. He's now coming high up on the track. It looks like he wants to try his luck with an early move. Daniel Bucknell sees him coming and prevents him from diving down the track to get too much of an advantage. Jan Kelly Flanders also in the mix there. So Daniel Bucknell is going to lead them into this final lap. He checks over his shoulder, the man in white and grey. Jan Kelly Flanders is still there. And John North also in the mix as well. So Bucknell still leading. He checks over his shoulder as he goes down the back straight. But he's still got a gap of 10 metres as he comes out of turn 4 and into the home straight. So Daniel Bucknell will take the win. Jan Kelly Flanders in second. And it's John North from Preston who comes across the line in third place. So first and third for the two boys from Preston there, and the final 200 metres covered in an average of 62.4 k's an hour. So our next Keirin final on track is for Men's Masters 4. So it will be 5 riders duking it out for this one. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. This is actually Men's Masters 6. Sorry, lads, I actually gave you credit for being younger than you actually are. I'm sure none of them will mind as they set off. So this is the Keirin State Championship for riders in Men's Masters 6. So this is for riders with a racing age between 55 and 59. And 5 competitors on the start line. So the first man behind the Derny in the colours of Blackburn is Kim Oberauer. He's got his clubmate Sean Cleary right on the back of the train at the moment. In second wheel currently is number 25, that's Robert Mann. In the middle, in position number 3, is Andrew Sluter of Brunswick. He's in the black and white centenary kit for that team. And then Neil Thompson is in the navy blue, currently at the back of the track. So the Derny pulls away, and almost as soon as it does, Sean Cleary from Blackburn goes from the back to the front. Andrew Sluter thinks that sounds like a great idea and comes forward to join him. So Sean Cleary right at the front. Andrew Sluter is right there. Robert Mann also within touching distance. And Neil Thompson and Kim Oberauer aren't out of this either. So we're now heading into the final lap now. Sean Cleary's going to lead them in. Andrew Sluter now trying to challenge him up around the outside. Robert Mann also well positioned there in the slipstream of the big Sean Cleary from Blackburn, but Cleary still looking good. Coming into turn 4 now. Cleary leading strong, head bobbing from side to side, but he will take the win. So Sean Cleary it is taking the win there. Second place, I think it might have been for Andrew Sluter, just ahead of Robert Mann. It was actually Mann in second place and Sluter in third. So as our men's masters, 6 riders receive some warm applause from the crowd and make their way off the track. Our next group up will be for men's masters 4 for riders with a racing age between 45 and 49. So riders just slotting themselves into the appropriate points in the start order. Riders are actually given a number based on where they should start in the line. Number 1 designated for those at the bottom of the track, and then the highest number going to the riders who start closest to the railing. So away we go in our men's Masters 4 Keirin State Championship final. And as they form up behind the journey, the first man in line in the green and black of Shepparton Cycling Club, that's Simon Hall. Another man from regional Victoria just on his wheel in the fluoro yellow, Matthew Denham from Horsham. Also a couple of riders in here from Albury-Wodonga, Reece Pollock and Trent Perry, both of whom will have watched their children race in the kids racing this morning. Reece Pollock will have been particularly stoked that his daughter Amy managed to win 150 Chupa Chups in a race this morning, so that'll give some fuel for the drive back up to the border. Speaking of the border, another man from the border with New South Wales, Scott Moeller from Echuca Moama, also in this field. And then the one man from Metro Melbourne is second last in line. That is Christopher Brooks from Blackburn. Right, they're pulling away, and it is number 31, Reece Pollock. inheritor of at least some of those 150 Chupa Chups from this morning, who has turned up the pace here. Will he be able to add a gold medal in the Men's Masters 4 Keirin final to his family haul for the day? Not if Trent Perry has anything to say about it. The other man from Albury-Wodonga in the black now making his move forward. Scott Moeller from Echuca Moama right in contention also. Matt Denham from Horsham moving into contention but running out of track. They're coming up towards the line. 1 lap to go now. 1 lap to go. So Moeller it is, leading down the back straight. Well ahead now of Denham and Perry. So Scott Moeller has timed that very well. He's going to come through the line and he's going to take the win. Second place there it was in the end for number 32, Trent Perry in the black from Albury-Wodonga. Matt Denham from Horsham in the fluoro yellow taking third place on the day. So a little bit of prize money for all of the competitors in that Men's Masters 4 Keirin final, which will hopefully be some comfort to Trent Perry, who's just had a little slip out there trackside. Hopefully everything's okay. Well, if he needs any repairs, he's just won himself a little bit of prize money, so hopefully that will ease the pain. So our next race on track, our women's under-19 state championship final for the Keirin. Getting ready to go. Pippa Denham from Horsham in the bright pink takes up first position behind the Derny. Maddie Douglas in the light blue of Meridian Bike Bug. A number of her teammates will be racing at the Melbourne to Warrnambool for women tomorrow. Maddie Douglas here on the track after racing at the Tour of Tasmania in the Pro Velo Super League last weekend. Amali Judd in third wheel there, the rider from Mount Gambier, so she's come from interstate to race with us this weekend. Second last in line in the colours of Blackburn, Alana Lake. And then on the back of the train at the moment is Michaela Tobin in the pink helmet and white jersey from Geelong. All right, so the Derny moves to the side there. Pippa Denham almost immediately finds herself no longer in the lead as Maddie Douglas has decided to go from distance here. She knows there are some good sprinters in this field, and especially Alana Lake. So Maddie Douglas will want to try and cross the line alone if she can, but Alana Lake alive to the danger. So the Blackburn rider now trying to track down the young woman from Bendigo here. A lap and a half to go in our women's under-19 Keirin State Championship final now. Maddie Douglas still in the lead, but Alana Lake closing quickly. 1 lap to go, and the gap between them is 10 seconds. The rest of the field are out of it for the win here. So it will come down to Maddie Douglas versus Alana Lake. Douglas leads them into the last turn. Alana Lake still there. Has she timed it to perfection? Maddie Douglas it is who holds on. So Maddie Douglas comes away with the Keirin State Championship victory there. A creditable second place for Alana Lake, as it was Amali Judd, the rider from South Australia, grabbing the bronze medal and crossing the line in third. So our riders now ready for our under-19 men's Keirin final. This one for the state championship. So 4 riders in this final from Brunswick Cycling Club. Riley Boyd, Lachlan Trenton, Sam Hudson and Ollie Jirovec. 1 rider from Blackburn, that's Ben Woods, and 1 from Carnegie Caulfield, Joseph Kontos. So the journey now sets off. Sam Hudson from Brunswick in the off-white jersey, just coming into towards the back wheel. He has to lay off the gas a little bit, or he would have found himself passing the journey and thus disqualified from the race. So Hudson it is in first place. Then in second wheel is Lachlan Trenton. He's the rider in the Brunswick orange and purple with the black helmet. Then Ben Woods from Blackburn's in the red in third wheel. Joseph Kontos is the white jersey with the stripes around it in fourth. Ollie Jirovec in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport is fifth in line. And the caboose on the train, at least for now, is Riley Boyd, also of Brunswick, with the blue on the back of his helmet. So the pace increases here. Sam Hudson, unsurprising that he's decided to wind it up from long range. He's very good from long range, is Sam Hudson. Knows he may not have the sprint to compete against some of the power of the other riders in this field, so he's decided to put the head down and go hard and early. He hasn't gotten quite the gap he might have liked here, as Ollie Jirovec and Riley Boyd are now coming around the outside. So Jirovec on the inside, Boyd just on his shoulder at the moment. 3 other riders chasing from behind here as they come through. 1 lap to go. Riley Boyd now moves into the lead ahead of Ollie Jirovec, but Ben Woods from Blackburn is not out of it. He's charging hard. He's currently in third. Riley Boyd now leading them as they come up to the home straight. Ollie Jirovec challenging late. Oh, that was close. That was really close. A cracker of a finish there. 11.11 seconds for the final 200 metres, averaging nearly 65 kilometres an hour. And too close for me to call, even sitting straight above the finish line. I'm going to leave that one in the very capable hands of the commentators to decide. And the results have now been posted. Ollie Jirovec getting the victory there. Just ahead of Riley Boyd. Cannot have been much in that one. Ben Woods from Blackburn coming across the line in third. Just ahead of Lachlan Trenton, Joseph Contos, and then Sam Hudson, the early mover, crossing the line in sixth place. So next on track, our women's B-grade scratch race. This will be a 20-lap affair. We will also have 3 intermediate sprints at 15 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and 5 laps to go. So our riders are off and rolling. They've just gone through 19 laps to go. So when they get to 16 laps to go, they will hear a whistle, which will indicate 1 lap to an intermediate sprint. And the first of those intermediate sprints will be at 15 laps to go. We'll then have the whistle again before our second and third sprint. So you'll hear the whistle at 11 laps to go before the sprint is at 10, and then at 6 laps to go before the sprint at 5. And then we'll have the traditional bell before the last lap of the race. So $20 for the first rider over the line at each of our 3 intermediate sprints. So if you decide to go early and not worry about the finish and you get all 3 of those sprints, you get $60, which is the same as if you just saved your powder and won second in the final sprint. So some riders might be thinking about potentially attacking early and coming away with at least $20 rather than risking coming away with nothing at all, or they might be willing to be patient, back themselves to get a good result in that last sprint and potentially walk away with more money overall. So there is the whistle. 1 lap to our first intermediate sprint, and it's Ning Chen from Blackburn who has definitely decided she wants this first sprint. Everyone else sees the big gap that the Blackburn rider has and they're content to let her have it. So Ning Xian just checks over her shoulder. She would have had to actually crane her head all the way down the back straight to see the sort of lead that she had. So Ning Xian, a comfortable winner of that first intermediate sprint. And for someone who's a sprinter, she's now in the awkward position of being perhaps further in front of the rest of the field than she would like to be. Ning Xian, not a rider with an endurance background. if she were, she might try and push on and hold this out for a little bit longer, but because she's a born sprinter, I think she's eased off the pedals, knowing that she might have won that first intermediate sprint. She might be gambling on her chances of winning the last sprint for the really big money. So we've just gone through 13 laps to go. Ning Chen now swings up the track, almost begging the field to come past her and let someone else contest this next intermediate sprint. It's Michaela Tobin is there amongst them. Jemima Hargraves in the teal there, now coming up and around Ning Chen. She's got one of the riders from Horsham, there, got there in the end, Horsham, right on her wheel. That'll be one of the Maddens as the whistle goes again. So Jemima Hargraves at the front, Minda Denham in second wheel at the moment, but one of the riders from Castlemaine also trying to come up and make things interesting, as there's $20 on the line for this intermediate sprint. Jemima Hargraves will tuck that 20 into her back pocket there. So halfway through, 2 intermediate sprints down so far, one going the way of Ning Chen and one going the way of Jemima Hargraves. The call comes for the three of them to work well together. So Minda Denham in that front group there. I think that might be Audrey Pritchard. No, it's Lachey Madden, actually. Lachey Madden in the long yellow sleeves of Castlemaine Cycling Club. So Lachey Madden, Jemima Hargraves, and Minda Denham currently out the front. So both Madden and Hargraves from Castlemaine Cycling Club. Minda Denham from Horsham. So Country Victoria very well represented at the front of this race here for women's B grade. So not too far away from the next intermediate sprint. As a little bit further back, Beck Williamson and Sam Bradbury are starting to close down the gap to our 3 leaders at the moment. They might be out of the running for this next intermediate sprint, but if they keep this tempo up, they could well find themselves back in the mix for the final sprint for the big money. So the whistle goes again, our third and final intermediate sprint coming up on this lap. So Jemima Hargraves, winner of the last intermediate sprint for $20, wants to try and repeat the dose here. But Minda Denham isn't going to let her have it that easy, is she? Coming up towards the line. Oh, a close one. But Jemima Hargraves now with $40 worth of intermediate sprints for this race, so it's already been a good few minutes for the rider from Castlemaine. So Hargraves in the teal at the front, the colours of the Bananaman skin suit. In second place is Minda Denham. So Minda Denham now coming through to the front. And as I said, Sam Bradbury and Beck Williamson were slowly trying to work their way up from a little further back in the field. They missed the boat on being able to contest that last intermediate sprint, but there's a lot more money on the line in the last sprint of the race. And Sam Bradbury, the Masters World Champion in the team sprint, now looks to try and get some good money out of this race for herself. So $80 on the line for first place in this race. So Beck Williamson in the teal now the leader as they come through 2 laps to go. It looks like we've got a group of 3 who will sprint it out for the placings. Remember, our money pays 4 deep here, so even though Jemima Hargraves has been distanced, it looks like she'll at least clean up 4th spot. So coming into the last lap now, Sam Bradbury from St Kilda winding it up. Minda Denham from Hawthorn in the pink there in second wheel, and Beck Williamson from Brunswick also not out of it in the teal. So coming into turn 3 now, it is Bradbury from St Kilda leading Denham from Horsham, coming up towards the line now. Sam Bradbury stayed patient and it's paid off. The St Kilda rider coming away with the win in the final sprint, not bothering to contest any of the intermediate sprints in that race, saving her energy for when it was needed most and coming up with the goods. So our women's A-grade scratch riders now out on track. So 6 competitors taking to the start here. I think we've got a few DNFs from the original start list. We'll sort them through as we go. So of our 6 riders here, we've got 3 from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. They are the leader of the race at the moment, Ruby McLean, in the teal with the white helmet. Tony Abisonyi from Race Development. She's in the bright green, currently in 2nd place. And then in the light blue, halfway down the line, Maddie Douglas. So those 3 are from Bendigo. 2 riders from Malaysia. Nur Alissa Muhammad Zubir. She's the rider in the white helmet and the long tights. And then number 106, now on the front of our field, Nurul Aliana Siafika Azizan. So with 3 riders from Bendigo, 2 from Malaysia, there's 1 woman left out. So she is Quinn Rothenbuehler. She's on the red bike about 2/3 of the way down the field. So the whistle is blown for the first intermediate sprint. So the first $20 sprint coming up now. And it looks like it's Muhammad Zubir from Malaysia who's going to come through and take that first $20. A real injection of pace. Sometimes you see after an intermediate sprint, folks are happy to lay off the gas, but it looks as though they've decided to keep the rage going here. So now the pace has started to ease a little bit, things quietening down somewhat. So Zubir just swings up the track. Ruby McLean comes through for a turn, as now does Maddie Douglas. Our lone Brunswick rider, Quinn Rothenbuehler, is on the teal with the red bike and black helmet. She had one of the biggest wins of her young track career here in November when she won the Women's Melbourne Cup on wheels. So the whistle goes again. One more lap until the next intermediate sprint. Anua Aisha Mohamed Zubir, who won that first $20, has made sure of making it 40 here. A nice little pop gets her $20 more in her back pocket. And as she checks over her shoulder, she sees that she's got a good gap on a field that doesn't seem all that interested in chasing. I think she might try and push on with this effort now. So Nur Aisha Mohamed Zubir, white helmet, long tights and all. I hope she's not too cold here in Melbourne. It is about 30 degrees trackside. I know that's not quite as toasty as Malaysia tends to get, but it's warm enough for a late summer's day. So Zubir's lead about 80 metres, as she now has about 7.5 laps to go. She only needs to be out there for another 2 laps to get the third and final intermediate sprint. As it is Tony Abisonyi, Quinn Rothenbuehler and Maddie Douglas now chasing her from behind. So the whistle goes again. Nur Aisha Mohamed Zubir could make it a clean sweep of the intermediate sprints here. And as she checks over her shoulder, looks all the way across the track to see where riders are coming from behind her. It looks like she will manage to hang on and do that. The question will be whether she can be caught at all before the finish, or if she's going to take the big prize at the end as well. So Maddie Douglas now with a bit between her teeth, trying to come across that gap. Tony Abisonyi swings up the track from second wheel there to let Quinn Rothenbuehler through. That slowed the pace down a little bit in that chasing group. Not quite as smooth a change as they might have been hoping, but Zubir, I think, is starting to maybe tire a little bit. The gap is slowly shrinking, but it is a big gap to start with, so they'll need to shrink it pretty quickly if they want to get back in time to beat the Malaysian to the last sprint here. So Zubir has just gone through 3 laps to go. Douglas it is leading the charge from behind. Abisonyi in second wheel, Rothenbuehler in third. The gap is shrinking now. It's maybe 50 metres, maybe 60. But 60 metres is still a big gap to haul back over the course of the last 2 laps, which is what we've got left in this race. From about 16 laps to go, she's still leading this field with 1 lap left. And Maddie Douglas now says it's now or never. She's going to try and get across to the Malaysian if she can in the last lap. Zubir trying to wring every last bit of speed out of her legs. She's tiring. Maddie Douglas is closing quickly, but Zubir has a good lead coming up towards the line. Nur Aisha Mohamed Zubir takes the win, a clean sweep of the intermediate sprints and the final prize as well. Maddie Douglas crossing the line in second place, Quinn Rothenbuehler third, and Tony Abisonyi from Bendigo finishing in 4th place. So that race there brought to you by Diane Townsend and the whole Maillot Jaune Club. Okay, so 20 laps to go in our men's A-grade scratch race. As with the women, there will be intermediate sprints for $20 for the first rider over the line at 15 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and 5 laps to go. with a whistle the lap before to indicate that the sprint is coming up soon. So I count 7 Malaysian riders in this field. Couple in there as well from Blackburn. Aubrey Price is in there for Preston. Caleb Antle is in there for Canberra Cycling Club. So one of the Malaysian riders going solo off the front of the field. He's just seen Nur Aisyah Muhammad Zubir do that in the last race to great effect. So whistle blows and it's 1 lap left to go for our solo Malaysian rider out in front. This might be Muhammad Sarom who's out in front, number 95. I think it might be. He certainly has white shoes like Sarom does, though I have to say his number is a little bit wrinkled, so I can't quite see. So our early escapee is now brought back, but not before he has earned himself 20 Australian dollars. And things reset a little bit. So New Joe Lau, winner of the A-grade scratch race a little bit earlier on, comes through for a quick turn. And this is now Flynn Kessel from Blackburn, who's injecting a major bit of speed, a serious lifting of the tempo for the young man from Blackburn. He's got Troy Clark from Carnegie Caulfield right on his wheel. New Joe Lau, the first of the Malaysians to respond, currently in 3rd wheel. So folks really getting a bit of a shift on here, making it hard early on. New Joe Lau is in there as well, as is Muhammad Hafiq Muhammad Jaffrey. So New Joe Lau and Muhammad Hafiq Muhammad Jaffrey from Malaysia in that group there, along with Flynn Kessel in the red. Whistle goes for the next intermediate sprint. Who will get the $20? The 2 Malaysians in the lead group come past a couple of their teammates. And almost a coming together there from Troy Clark, and I think that's New Joe Lau who nearly came unstuck there. But New Joe Lau comes through. He gets $20 for that intermediate sprint, and he's now got the bit between his teeth. He wants to make this an endurance race rather than a sprint. So Lau with a good lead out in front. Caleb Antle it is, trying to chase across from behind. He's got Muhammad Yusri Shari, number 102, right on his wheel with the white helmet, white socks and white shoes. So Sari it is just flicking the elbow almost in a disinterested fashion, and Caleb Antle in the all-white helmet now at the front. Flynn Kessel in the red, very easy to spot. Those red colours in such a dark field. So many black and blue jerseys there really makes his Blackburn red pop. Even the navy blue of Ollie Jirovec there, who's now leading with 1 lap to go to the next intermediate sprint, seems quite bright in comparison to the black of not only the Malaysians but also Aubrey Price and Caleb Antle. So coming up to the 3rd and final intermediate sprint, that one will go the way of Ollie Jirovec. So the young rider in the colours of the Victorian Institute of Sport, grabbing $20 for himself there. Has a quick look around at the chasing pack behind. He's got 1 Malaysian on his wheel at the moment. That's Muhammad Hafiq Muhammad Jaffrey out the front, but there are at least 3 of them in the pack chasing from behind. So I understand why Ollie Jirovec likes the idea of it being a 1-on-1 versus 1-on-4. All right, coming up to 2 laps to go now. Another solo move out the front here. New Joe Lau it is who's out the front of the pack again for Malaysia. Caleb Antil, the rider from Canberra Cycling Club, in the all-white helmet, trying to chase him down. A couple more Malaysians in that main field going from behind, but Nujo Lau has showed up today with some great legs. He won the scratch race earlier on. Is he about to add another scratch race to his tally here? So turns out of turn 4, coming into the home straight. Nujo Lau holds on to take the win. Caleb Antil second, and I think it might have just been Oli Jirovec getting the better of Muhammad Yusri Shari for third place on the line with a bike throw. So next on track, our men's B grade scratch. Whistle blows, as with the previous races, 20 laps ahead of them, with intermediate sprints for $20 at 15 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and 5 laps to go. Each sprint will be announced with a whistle 1 lap beforehand. So Sam Hudson from Brunswick currently leading the group down the back straight here. I have to say that this sort of race suits Sam Hudson's capabilities perhaps a little better than the Keirin. Be interesting to see how he approaches this race from a tactical standpoint, knowing that he does like to go from long range where he can. The tall figure of Tom Williamson from Brunswick now moving towards the front, just checking over his shoulder left and right. The whistle goes for the first intermediate sprint, and it's the Blackburn rider Noah Brooks who's decided that that $20 should be his. Heading down the back straight now, it looks like Emerson Julian from Bendigo and District Cycling Club is coming right up to his wheel, challenging for that $20 on the line, and it looks like it was Brooks, the Blackburn rider, who just got it in the end. So $20 now going in the back pocket of the rider in red there. Sam Hudson now in that characteristic low tuck of his. At the front, he's got Lucas Fitzgerald on his wheel. Fitzgerald was a faller in one of the earlier races, so good to see he's picked himself off the deck and is still well enough to race. So 3 Brunswick men in the first 3 positions at the moment, as Fitzgerald makes way for Tom Williamson. And then Ben Holmes now coming through for his turn also. So things moving along at a fair old clip here. Harrison Mola, the rider in the long white sleeve jersey from Echuca Moama Cycling Club, coming to the front of the field as the pace is now eased. Emerson Julian just checking this way and that over his shoulder on the high side of the track. And Noah Brooks grabbed the first $20 preem at the first intermediate sprint. He looks like he might be on track to grab the second, but Lucas Fitzgerald has other ideas. So Lucas Fitzgerald now leading down the back straight and into turn 3. Sam Hudson trying to come up from behind and challenge him. Lucas Fitzgerald trying to hang on. He will hang on. So Lucas Fitzgerald takes the second intermediate sprint of 3 there, so that'll be $20 for him. And the pace, as it so often does, eases slightly after that intermediate sprint. The cards reshuffle and everyone else has a chance to reassess. So one intermediate sprint so far for Noah Brooks and one for Lucas Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald again winding up an attack from distance here. He's gone early and he's got his clubmate Ben Holmes right on his hammer. Another of his Brunswick men in this race. Sam Hudson now trying to chase them down with Emerson Julian and Harrison Moeller right on his wheel. So it looks like Julian is going to catch back up to our two leaders. Now we'll hear the whistle for the third and final intermediate sprint as they come through the bell this time. There it is, so 1 lap to go until the last of our 3 intermediate sprints. A bit of chopping and changing up around the outside for Tom Williamson there as he's now trying to come around Emerson Julian. Coming up towards the line, he's being challenged. Ooh, close there. I think Josh Thompson might have gotten the victory there for that last intermediate sprint. So Josh Thompson from Bendigo and District making it 1 intermediate sprint victory each for himself, for Lucas Fitzgerald and for Noah Brooks. Almost by accident, Tom Williamson, after contesting that last intermediate sprint, has found himself with a gap of 70 or 80 metres over the rest of the peloton. Josh Thompson is happy enough with the 20 bucks he won in that last sprint. He's not chasing. And the rest of the bunch might be caught with their pants down here if they're not serious about coming across the gap. It's nearly 100 metres for Tom Williamson here. So the rider from Brunswick didn't quite come up the goods in that last intermediate sprint, but if he manages to hold the pace all the way to the finish line here, he'll walk away with a lot more than $20, I'll tell you that for free. So Sam Hudson, Ben Holmes and Lucas Fitzgerald, 3 of his Brunswick teammates, now trying to come across the gap. So 4 cash placings on the line for the boys from Brunswick here. It looks like they're going to take all of them. Williamson still leading by the length of the home straight as he comes through 1 lap to go. Sam Hudson now in second wheel, Lucas Fitzgerald up to third, and Ben Holmes looking strong in fourth. Tom Williamson now coming out of that last turn. He's still got a good gap. He's going to come away with the win here. So Williamson gets the win just ahead of Hudson, who beats out Fitzgerald for second. So Fitzgerald will finish third. Ben Holmes will finish in 4th place. So although Tom Williamson was narrowly defeated for a $20 prize with 5 laps to go, he got such a big gap on the field, he ended up coming away with an $80 prize. Not a bad day's work, I'd say. So next up, event number 30 in your program, our men's C-grade scratch race, 20-lap race with $20 sprints at 15 laps to go, 10 laps to go, and 5 laps to go, all for $20 each. And then the big sprint at the end with $80 for the winner of that one. So the heavily tattooed John North from Preston Cycling Club just swings off the front. One of a number of riders racing here today who are both competitor and sponsor. So in his 9 to 5, John works in collaboration with Bike Chain, who are sponsoring a number of the prizes today, especially for some of our junior riders, which I know will be very appreciated, not just by the kids, but by the parents. So whistle goes for our first intermediate sprint, and Jan Kelly Flanders from Blackburn Cycling Club goes to the front of the field. Young Thomas Brain there from Bendigo and District Cycling Club thrashing at those pedals. He wants that $20 and he will get it too. So Thomas Brain, the young man in green from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, coming away with the first $20 intermediate sprint available there. And even already, this front bunch of 6 has gained a bit of an advantage over a chasing bunch, which is also 6 riders strong. So Peter Felsted, winner of one of the Masters age group Keirin races earlier today. Certainly a rider who is accustomed to success on the boards of the Joe Chavola Velodrome here at DISC. He just slots himself back into the field after a turn on the front, about halfway down, keeping himself nice and close to the action if and when things do kick off. So Josh Rayner, the rider from Cairns, now moving forward here. There'll be an intermediate sprint at the end of this lap, so $20 on the line. Butler, the rider from Geelong, comes through and he gets himself $20. So Will Butler in the light blue shoulders gets $20 worth of, well, fuel money, snack money, however you want to divvy it up, really. So the pace just easing a little bit now. We're a little bit too far away from the next intermediate sprint for anyone to try attacking from this distance. But then again, maybe that's what everyone else is thinking. And if you attack now, maybe they'll just happen to let you go. Lots of looking around, lots of indecision at the front of the race. Plenty of riders trying to stay nice and patient here, waiting for their moment to strike. Some riders will be betting it all on a good result in the final sprint finish. Some will be thinking that this next intermediate sprint might be their last realistic chance to grab some cash. So Jan Kelly Flanders moving up to the lead of the race as they come down the back straight now. Into turn 3, he's got Mola from Echuca Moama right on his wheel, but Jan Kelly Flanders just manages to hang on there. So Scott Mola from Echuca Moama not able to come over the top, so Jan Kelly Flanders will get at least $20 out of this race. Peter Felsted now driving things at the front of the bunch. He's got number 25, Robert Mann from Mount Gambier right on his wheel. So Mann, the South Australian, now leading just ahead of young Thomas Brain from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, winner of the first intermediate sprint of 3. 2.5 laps to go now. Once again, the lull has crept into the peloton. I say lull, they're still travelling at the best part of 40 k's an hour. So Josh Rayner, the rider from Cairns in the all black, now at the front, checking around, seeing what might be doing here. Peter Felstead right on his wheel. David Mann also within striking distance, coming up towards the bell now. Riders getting ready to uncork their sprint. Andrew Sluter moving himself up from a fairway back in the field. Rayner now going clear down the back straight. Sluter closing at a rate of knots here. Andrew Sluter, has he timed it to perfection, coming up to the line. Shows what you can do when you trust yourself and you trust your sprint. He comes away with the final victory in the race and $80 in his pocket. So that rather gripping men's C-grade scratch race was brought to you by Arboretum Farm in Nathalia. So you're up in the north of the state and you find yourself short of a tree or two, give Arboretum Farm Nathalia a call and I'm sure they will be able to have a very friendly conversation with you. Some really beautiful river gums around Nathalia. So the whistle blows now for our men's D-grade 20-lap scratch race. Stephen Crow from Eureka Cycling Club up near Ballarat, named of course after the Eureka Stockade. So he leads them through the first lap, 19 laps to go for our field. Riders here from a number of different clubs around Victoria. So folks in this field from Albury-Wodonga, from Blackburn, from Bendigo and District, from Ballarat, from Shepparton, Echuca Moama and Carnegie Caulfield. So Matt Brain in the blue from Bendigo and District Cycling Club now at the front of the field, not too far away from hearing the whistle for the first intermediate sprint of 3. Whistle blows there. 1 lap to our first intermediate sprint, and it's Joseph Contos from Carnegie Caulfield in the white jersey who's injected some pace into this bunch. Contos checking over his shoulder a couple of times there, making sure that no one's going to come around and steal those $20 off him. Indeed, they will not. So the first intermediate sprint goes the way of Joseph Contos from Carnegie Caulfield, as it's now Trent Perry, the rider from Albury-Wodonga, driving at the front of the field. He quickly makes way for Andrew Bain in the colours of Blackburn. Oliver Hall from Shepparton in that club's characteristic black and green, now coming through for a turn. So coming into the whistle for our second intermediate sprint here. Andrew Bain and Joseph Kontos there. Dougal Hansen, the tall figure from Blackburn with the brown helmet, now coming towards the front. He saw Kontos got away early for that first intermediate sprint, and he's trying to repeat the trick. But Dougal Hansen able to move clear of Kontos, so it'll be $20 for the man from Blackburn. Kontos not able to double his money there at the second intermediate sprint. But we're halfway through the race now. There'll be one more intermediate sprint at 5 laps to go, and then the big one at the end, where the real money's on the line. So Dougal Hansen has now put his head down, he's tucked his arms in, and he's trying to make the best of a solo effort off the front of the bunch here. Oliver Hall from Shepparton has been tasked with trying to close the gap himself. He swings away and lets Trent Perry from Alru-Wodonga contribute to the pacemaking. So as they've just gone through 8 laps to go, Dougal Hansen would need to hold his 60-metre gap for probably for the next 3 laps in order to cash it in for another $20. And he's getting plenty of encouragement from his Blackburn club mates, both in the infield and the stands here, as Trent Perry from Albury-Wodonga now seems to be chasing alone with Andrew Bain, the club mate of Dougal Hansen, currently in third, but the bunch is closing back up to him. Trent Perry might be another question though. The whistle blows, 1 lap until the next intermediate sprint. Dougal Hansen is still 15 metres in front of Trent Perry, and he's trying to hold him off as best he can to try and turn that $20 into $40. Trent Perry is making consistent progress. Dougal Hansen trying to turn himself inside out to get that money, and he will do it. So that is $40 now in the pocket of Dougal Hansen, who wastes absolutely no time in swinging out of the way of Trent Perry. So Dougal Hansen will be tired after that solo effort, but it's netted him $20. And if he and Perry are able to cooperate well together, they could end up taking the major money in the last sprint between them as well. So Joseph Kontos now coming across with Levi Brain from Bendigo and District Cycling Club currently sitting in second wheel in that main field. Gap of about 100 metres to our 2 leaders out in front, Perry and Hansen. So Trent Perry, who was down here bright and early this morning, watching his son Thomas compete in the juniors. So Perry and Hansen still with a gap of 70 metres. It's shrunk slightly, but the bunch is going to have to get a pretty major wriggle on if they want to sprint for anything better than third on this last lap. Perry now goes clear of Hansen with 1 lap to go. Hansen just watches him leave. He's got $40 already from those second and third intermediate sprints. If he's able to come across the line in second, I'm sure he'd be happy enough with that. So Perry looking strong coming into the home straight now, just checking over his shoulder and making sure that the gap is secure. He will come up and he will take the win and $80. So second place on the line, and $60 it is for Dougal Hansen. Andrew Bain wins the sprint from the main field for third. Joseph Kontos crosses the line in 4th place. So Trent Perry got the final win there in men's D grade, and $80. But the man walking away with the most money from that race, Dougal Hansen, gets $60 for his second place on the finish line, and then $40 worth of intermediate sprint preems as well. So not a bad result at all for one race. So 5 riders out on track for our men's E-grade scratch race. So our 5 men, Walter Dapchich is in first position at the moment with the vintage Campagnolo white rear disc wheel. Simon Hall from Shepparton is in the black and green in second spot at the moment. John Mitsnikos from Preston is in the colours of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club today, the royal blue, now up to second. Then it's Kim Oberauer from Blackburn in the bright red, and then the darker of the 2 riders in blue, so the darker jersey I should say, is number 37, Neil Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. So riders now coming into 16 laps to go. This will be the first blow of the whistle, indicating an intermediate sprint for $20 is coming up. So Simon Hall of Shepparton lifts the tempo here. Checks over his shoulder to see if he's getting a gap, and indeed he is. It was 10 metres. It's now up to 20 as he comes out of turn 4. So Simon Hall is going to make short work of the first sprint of 3. So the first intermediate sprint there going the way of the man from Shepparton. So Simon Hall still comfortably out in front of the chasing bunch at the moment. Gap is probably 40 metres at the minute. It's not so long that he would be guaranteed to win the next intermediate sprint, but it's not so small that it's easy to close either. So an interesting spot that Simon Hall finds himself in here as Kim Oberauer is now trying to come across to him. So 2 laps to go until the next intermediate sprint. The man from Shepparton who won the first of those sprints still out in front with a lead of 25 or 30 metres. Neil Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club now on the front of the bunch, chasing from behind. Simon Hall checks over his shoulder. He's still got a decent gap as the whistle goes again to signal the next intermediate sprint. Simon Hall still out in front, still turning those legs over, and still with enough of a gap that I think he's going to be able to hold on and pocket another $20 here. So the man from Shepparton wins both of the first 2 intermediate sprints, as the bunch led by Kim Oberauer now reels him back in. But a very successful little move there. As long as he would take to win the first sprint, but he ended up grabbing the second one as well. So our group of 5 riders now, all back together. Hall now back on the front of the bunch where everyone else can keep an eye on him. Sprints in this race and possibly banking on being the win $80 for first place in the final. Simon Hall once again in a decent position to try of this last sprint. He's at the back of the field at the moment, as it is Neil Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club now coming to the fore. Just checks over his shoulder a couple of times to make sure no one's going to challenge him here, and indeed they won't. So Neil Thompson gets the $20 intermediate sprint preem there. At the end left to go. So 4 races in that last intermediate sprint will pay out for cash. Unfortunately, it looks like it might be Walter Dapčić who's slowed his pace and is looking down, possibly a mechanical issue. On the reel there for Walter Dapčić. So thankfully he's been able to safely to the inside of the track, but unfortunately he won't be able to sprint for the money in this last sprint. So last sprint, which is now 3 laps away. Two laps left to go now as it's Kim Oberauer from Blackburn now on the front. So he's in the red, Simon Hall in the green, and then 2 shades of blue. The darker of those 2 jerseys belongs to Neil Thompson from Bendigo, and then the lighter blue of those 2 is that of John Nikos from Preston. So coming in towards the bell now, 1 lap to go. Simon Hall so far, he wants to make it a great one by winning 2 intermediate sprints and the final prize. Going to let him have it that easy though. Simon Hall turning those legs over very quickly indeed. In as they come up towards the line now, John Mitsonikos challenging and winning. So John Mitsonikos from Preston gets $80 there for taking the average race speed, 40.2 k's an hour for men. So John Mitsonikos getting a sprint there. Simon Hall, a very good race for him in 2nd place, so we'll get 2nd place in the last sprint, plus an extra 40 for the 2 intermediate preems. Place and $45 for Neil Thompson, plus 20 for winning the 1 intermediate. Didn't get involved in any of the intermediates, but still walks away with $30. So we're now going to have some heats for our elite Keirins. Track side, we might need 1 more. No, I think we've got 1 for everybody now, so that's good. Now in position and ready to go. There's the from the far side of the track. So a 6-lap race with 6 riders in it. 3 laps behind the Derny, 3 laps where the riders are on their own, and the top 3 Malaysian riders in this first one. back in the middle of that field. Sometimes hard to national team in the black of a number of various different brands of ski. So as they go through 4 laps to go, the rider in first position. 3, Nurul Issa Isati Mohammed Asri. Then in second wheel currently is Quinn Rothenbuehler in the teal. Then it's Imogen Gelbart in fourth. Then it is Anis Amira in second last wheel, and Ning Chien from Blackburn on the back of the train as the riders are now. So Rosidi from Malaysia now making her move forward. Imogen Gelbart trying to... The other Blackburn rider in this field, Ning Chien, also here as they come into the final lap of the track. Gelbart leads them down the back straight. Ning Chien currently in second place. We're being challenged on the outside by one of the Malaysians. I think that might be Asri coming up towards the line. Imogen Gelbart in first place. Nurul Issa Isati Mohammed Asri from Malaysia in second, and I think it was Ning Chien from Blackburn who got up for third. So she will go through to our women's Keirin final. So the second of 2 qualifying heats for our women's elite. In this one, so 2 teammates from Castlemaine in yellow at the bottom of the track. Lachey Madden. 2 riders. And then 2 riders from Malaysia, Nur Alisa Muhammad, Sialika Azizan. One where is the rider on the front of the train, staying very close behind the Derny here. Her clubmate Lachey Madden is in the long, the white helmet. White socks. Just check her number. That is Nurul Aliana Siafika Azizan. The white socks. Nur Alisa Muhammad Farid in second last wheel with so coming into 2 laps to go now. A bit of looking around from Hope Hart. As it's one of the Malaysians now making a go. From long range here, and she's showing great power. So Farid looking strong with a good gap of 20 or 30 metres as they come into the last lap. Remember, the top 3 will go through to the Eddie there in second wheel. She will not be able to catch Nur Alisa Muhammad Farid as they come up towards the line. It was Lachey Madden. And it was Hope Harnetti, I believe, who got the qualifying spots there. So qualifying there, Nur Alyssa Mohammed Farid. It was men's elite Keirin qualifying heats. So in this qualifying heat, Mohammed Ridwan Sarom and then we've got one rider from Canberra Cycling Club sitting just behind the Derny. First of the two Malaysians just behind him. That looks like it's Jacina in second with the black socks. Then Ollie Jirovac in the navy blue of the Victorian Institute of Sport in third. Josh Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club currently sitting fourth in line. And it is the second of the two Malaysians with the white socks. That one might be Jacina there. Oh no, that's Sarom, I think, who is in second last. And then on the back of the train on the bright red bike is Aubrey Price, winner of last year's Melbourne Cup on Wheels for men. So 5 riders in black kits and the dark navy blue of Ollie Jirovac. Not necessarily the easiest race to call, but we'll do our very best. One of the Malaysians now making a move. This looks like it might be Mohammed Sarom. He's drawn out a move there as they go into a lap and a half to go. Aubrey Price from Preston trying to chase him down. His Malaysian teammate also pouring on the gas. Ollie Jirovac well within the slipstream there. He'll need to pass at least one of these riders if he wants to qualify for the final. So coming around the last corner there, the Malaysians are both going to qualify here, and then it will be Jirovac at the last, just coming past Aubrey Price in the last 5 or 10 metres there, getting third on the line with the bike throw. So Mohammed Shah Theodal Sarom and Mohammed Fadil Mohammed Zonis, the two Malaysian riders in that heat, both progressing through to the men's Keirin final. So our second men's elite Keirin heat now getting ready to go. So 2 Malaysians featuring in this one as well, Muhammad Shafira Sarom and Muhammad Fadil Muhammad Zonas, numbers 97 and 98. So Muhammad Zonas from Malaysia starting in the long black sleeves. You can tell him apart from his teammates by the sleeve length on their skin suits. Muhammad Sarom choosing the short sleeves today. And then 3 riders from other Victorian clubs will be challenging them in this Keirin heat. In the yellow from Castlemaine is Adam Jackson. In the black, white and orange from Brunswick is Tom Williamson, who's had a very successful afternoon so far. And then on the back in the red of Blackburn is Nicholas Papadakis. So the long sleeves of Muhammad Zonas in first wheel behind the motorbike. Then it's Jackson from Castlemaine. Sarom from Malaysia with the short sleeves is in third wheel. Then it's Williamson from Brunswick fourth. And Papadakis, the rider from Blackburn, in fifth. Remember, the top 2 riders here will go through to the final. So they need to finish in the top 2 to make it through to our men's elite Keirin final. Bit of an injection of pace there from one of the Malaysians. Nicholas Papadakis also picks up the mantle as they come into the second last lap now. So Papadakis from Blackburn putting on a good burst of speed here. The Malaysians will need to really pull their socks up if they want to chase down the man from Blackburn. Adam Jackson also there for Castlemaine, not out of it either. So coming out of turn 4 now, Papadakis from Blackburn looks like he will qualify for the Keirin final. One of the Malaysians will make it through, but one will not. So Nicholas Papadakis and Muhammad Zonas, the 2 qualifiers from that heat. So our third and final men's elite Keirin heat. Getting ready to go. Riders just finding their holders and getting into position on the start line. So 5 competitors in our third and final men's elite Keirin heat. The top 2 going through to contest our men's Keirin final, which will not only be the last event of the day, but also the Victorian State Championship. So this heat being brought to you by Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. Get away. So in this field, sleeve white jersey just coming up behind the Derny now, Emerson Julian from Bendigo and District Cycling Club. In Darren Fong Sutton in the long yellow sleeves from Castlemaine in fourth wheel, the former Olympic silver medalist and world champion in this time cycling club, Harrison Moeller. No matter how this race goes, 4 of these riders will be able to be an Olympian and a world champion in the Keirin one day. Could they manage to beat him? Now that would make a real story. A lot easier said than done though, with Azizullah Wang. So Emerson Julian turns up the pace early on. Oliver Hall from Shepparton keen to follow him. Fong Sutton also in there. Azizullah Wang closes the gap, leaves a little bit of rate perhaps to Zaran Fong Sutton. Has the time and passes, does the former world champion. So Emerson Julian still leading strongly going down the back straight. A lap and a half. Seemed like a long way for Emerson Julian as it's Zaran Fong Sutton now charging through. Go through to the final. So Zaran Fong Sutton now getting out the front of this field. Azizullah Wang main. So Zaran Fong Sutton and Azizullah Wang come up towards the line. Azizullah Wang. Zaran Fong Sutton grabs second place, third over the line. From Bendigo and Oliver Hall from Shepparton. Minute break in the racing action. We will be having some raced any of the Keirins that decided down to the presentation area in 2 minutes. So 2 minutes to Keirin presentations for those events not already decided. So far.
So 5 minutes to the start. continues to keep herself safe, at least for now from this race. And she's being chased by Blue Riders from Bananaman. One Malaysian rider there as well as Lycra from Auckland. Number 68 right there, showing down from Bananaman Flooring, 12 minutes to go. That leaves us with 5 in our main field now. Good welcome you all. Still maintaining the genius tactic of staying 20 metres in front of everyone else. Number 91 with a left out to 1.5 race. 4 left now. We're off and doing from Brunswick towards the front. The Malaysian right there, also well positioned. And also 6. There's one crossover with the Handicap side here as well. Number 17. Number 17 comes in the center from Boston Cycle Club.
Come on.
As the riders now go high on the track here, taking a moment to size each other up. Right from Bananaman, now making the move. How many? But how many is there? The Malaysian rider. The long black tights now starting to make their move as well. Number 66, Queen Robin. The tactic of being 30 minutes outside of the field, will able to get her all the way to the top step of the podium. And will get her third place. So just 2 riders left now. One from Malaysia, one from Bananaman. So 1 lap left to go. So the sprint line shortly on here. How many from the lead from the inside of Malaysia? The underline single elimination, that changes the final there. First elimination now. Number 33, Lycra Track Open, the start eliminated. Number 2, Keirin Elimination. Number 84 Hall from Shepparton. After that early service, kept him from being eliminated for the first 2 laps, but not forever. That's an 81 3 Malaysians move, so all still there at the moment. Number 20, Emerson Julian from DISC Velodrome. Emerson! Number 3, Adam Jackson from Castlemaine. After the minute come off the third, they were eliminated. Everyone else in various shades of black, dark grey and dark blue. Excellent opportunity to get an eye test. Try and pick out who's moving the group of riders. Number 14, Josh Thompson, the next to go. Down to 5 now. The 3 Malaysian riders who started, plus 4 through Price and Troy Clark. Number 9, Troy Clark, next to go. So the bell goes again, and the Malaysians start to look at the tempo. Now leading them through. Shari to second wheel. There's Jaffery to third. So the Malaysians will share the podium in this open elimination final as number 73, Darebin Price, is eliminated. So 3 spots on the podium to be divided by the 3 members of the Malaysian national team. Mohammed Jaffery is now front of the pairs. The pace is too high, I think, for you, John Lyle, around the black helmet. Well, 100 you go loud from Malaysia, next rider eliminated. So that means just behind Jaffery and behind Shari to sprint it out for the win. So number 1 and 2, Third place for New Joe Lau, doing a sweep of the podium for the Malaysian squad. And then Aubrey Price from Preston, fourth place for first of the Australians.
So our Masters Women Sprint Derby got started as I was making my way back from the centre of the track. Tony Abisogni, Sam Bradbury and Beck Williamson now doing battle in this final lap. It's Tony Abisogni from Bendigo and District Cycling Club, the first one to move, leading into the back straight. Sam Bradbury showing why she's got a Masters World Championship in the team sprint. She's not a bad individual sprinter either. So Abisogni versus Bradbury coming up towards the line. Ooh, close finish between those two. And the win in the end there going to Tony Abisogni ahead of Sam Bradbury and Beck Williamson. So we will now have 3 men's Masters scratch races before we get into our Keirin finals here this evening. So this race being sponsored by the fine folks at Mapei. There will be $20 sprint preems at 8 laps to go and 4 laps to go, in addition to prize money for the first 4 finishers over the line at the end. $70 for first, $50 for second, $35 for third, and $20 for fourth. So riders just about to come through and hear the whistle, indicating the intermediate sprint is 1 lap away. So who will be bold enough to strike out early and claim themselves $20? So Peter Felstead it is on the front of this bunch, who is looking to grab some of that cash for himself. Will Butler from Geelong also looking to challenge, but the money will go the way of Felstead. So the pace eases slightly for Felstead and Butler after that first intermediate sprint. And the 3 riders chasing them now starting to make some ground up. So that is Josh Rayner, Andrew Sluter and Daniel Bucknell, who have now rejoined the 2 men out the front. Whistle blows again. 1 more lap until the next intermediate sprint. Daniel Bucknell there in the white and grey at the front of the field. Just stretching his toes a little bit. Not necessarily a full-on sprint, but he definitely wants to make it hard for anyone to come around and steal his $20, and indeed no one can. So Daniel Bucknell getting himself $20 there as well. So $20 so far for both Peter Felstead and Daniel Bucknell. So the pace has eased once more, but it's soon going to pick up again. They're just about to come through and get the bell. Peter Felstead at the bottom of the track, currently leading. Daniel Bucknell now with a surge. He's trying to counter the move of Josh Rayner, the rider in the all-black from Cairns. So Bucknell in the white jersey with the grey shorts, leading strongly into turn 3 here. He's got a good lead and good pace, and I think he'll be good enough to hang on and take the win. So Daniel Bucknell comes across the line in first place there. Second in the end for Josh Rayner. Third it was for Andrew Sluter of Brunswick. And William Butler from Geelong coming across the line in 4th place. So if my calculations are correct, every single man in that sprint will have a little bit of prize money to look forward to. So our second of our 3 men's masters 12-lap scratch races now on track. Once again, $20 intermediate sprint preems at 8 laps to go and 4 laps to go, and then the big monies at the end. So this is the biggest of our 3 Men's Masters scratch fields. About 12 riders strong, I reckon. So there's the whistle. 1 lap until the first of those intermediate sprints. Jan Kelly Flanders wants to make sure that he gets himself among the money. So the Blackburn rider leading strongly here, and he will not be challenged. So Jan Kelly Flanders gets the first $20 available. And it looks like that's Reece Pollock from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club, who counters there, tries to push on with that effort after seeing the leading 2 got a bit of a gap on the field. Now checks over his shoulder, sees Jan Kelly Flanders, sees the field coming up, and realises he's not quite going to get away that easily. Trent Perry, the tall figure there from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club. Albury-Wodonga have had a pretty good day so far, I reckon. I know it's a long drive back up the Hume, back to home, but there'll be plenty of folks from that club who'll be very happy with their performance so far, not just in the seniors this afternoon, but also a couple of good junior performances in the kids racing this morning. Robert Mann from Mount Gambier now just seeing himself being passed there by Big Barry Woods from Blackburn. So the first sprint went to a Blackburn man. The second intermediate preem also going the way of a rider from Blackburn Cycling Club. So $20 each so far to Jan Kelly Flanders and Barry Woods. Andrew Bain, the rider, about 2/3 of the way down the field, could complete the set if he manages to grab the third and final intermediate sprint for himself. So just 3 laps to go now. I said there'd be another intermediate sprint. I meant the sprint at the finish. As Reece Pollock now, the big figure from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club, leading strongly out the front. Number 27, Matthew Denham from Hawthorn, in the very bright kit of the Horsham Cyclery shop. There's a bit of a move now coming from the back of the field. This is Trent Perry from Albury-Wodonga. He's come the long way around, but he's the first man through. 1 lap to go now. So Trent Perry now leading. Up the back straight there. Scott Moeller from Echuca Moama now trying to come around the outside in that bright blue jersey. David Mann from Mount Gambier also there, but Scott Moeller from Echuca Moama comes away with the cash. Second place for the South Australian Robert Mann. Third it was in the end for the early moving Trent Perry. And it was John North from Preston Cycling Club getting $20 there for 4th place over the line. And we now come to the last race of the day for the third of our men's masters groups. So our bunch here is 5 riders strong. A 12-lap scratch race. Again, $20 intermediate preems at 8 laps to go and 4 laps to go. $70 if you're the first man over the line at the end. So 5 men taking part in this one. John Mitsonikos in the royal blue of Italo-Australian Cycling Club has just come off the front and has put himself on the back of the train. Walter Dapcic from Brunswick, the tall figure in the black and white Brunswick Centenary kit, also comes off after his turn. Kim Oberauer from Blackburn in the red. And then we've got Simon Hall from Shepparton in the black and green, and Neil Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club in the navy blue. Sorry, the navy blue, the darker of the two blue jerseys. So whistle blows, 1 lap until the first intermediate sprint here. Neil Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club takes a strong early lead, checks over his shoulder, just makes sure he's got enough space to guarantee him the money, and indeed he does. So $20 there for the man from Bendigo. So John Mitsonikos, who won one of the earlier races in the day, surely brimming with confidence, the man at the back of the line from Preston Cycling Club. So our 5 riders here, all representing different racing clubs around Victoria. Simon Hall currently on the front from Shepparton, Kim Oberauer in second from Blackburn, Neil Thompson in third from Bendigo and District, fourth John Mitsonikos from Preston, and Walter Dapcic in the black there towards the back of the field from Brunswick. So the whistle blows for our second intermediate sprint there, coming up towards the line. It looks like it will be Neil Thompson getting it again. So he's already $40 up on this race, even with 1 sprint left. So coming into the closing stages of our 12-lap scratch race for our third men's masters group, as Neil Thompson perhaps spent a bit too much of his energy getting those 2 earlier intermediate sprints, or does he still have a bit left in the tank? So a lap and a half to go now. John Mitsonikos at the front of this field. Walter Dapcic right on his wheel. Simon Hall from Shepparton now up to third. Dapcic it is now picking up the pace and going past Mitsonikos into turn 2 here. So the man from Brunswick leading down the back straight there. Hall from Shepparton trying desperately to get across the gap, but Dapcic looking really good here, coming all the way up to the line, and it will be Walter Dapcic taking the win. Second in the end for Simon Hall from Shepparton. John Mitsonikos comes across the line in third. And then Neil Thompson from Bendigo and District Cycling Club crosses the line in 4th place. So that will be his third $20 prize just of this one race alone. So $20 for the first intermediate sprint, $20 for the second, and $20 for finishing 4th overall. So our riders now getting ready for our Women's Elite Keirin State Championship final. So our riders competing in this one: Imogen Gelbart, Ruby McLean, Ning Chen, Hope Harnedy, and 2 Malaysians. Nur Alyssa Mohammed Farid and Nura Issa Isati Mohammed Asri. So the riders off and going now. So 6 laps, 3 behind the journey, 3 racing on their own, and 3 spots on the podium of our Women's Elite Keirin State Championship here. So Imogen Gelbart in first position behind the journey as they approach the end of this first lap. Ruby McLean in the teal is sitting in second wheel. Then it's Ning Chen from Blackburn in the red, Hope Harnedy in the yellow of Castlemaine, and then the 2 Malaysians, one with white socks and one with black. Nur Alyssa Mohammed Farid, I believe it is, with the black socks, and Nura Issa Isati Mohammed Asri with the white. So 4 Australians, 2 Malaysians, the 4 Australians, all from different clubs. The Derny swings away. 3 laps to go now. Imogen Gelbart, the rider in the black at the front of the field, just checking over her shoulder. Not Quinn Rothenbuehler. Ruby McLean is right there, wearing the same kit as Quinn Rothenbuehler. Ning Chen, Hope Harnedy, and then the 2 Malaysians, Asri and Farid. So the pace now starting to increase. Mohammed Farid, the Malaysian with the black socks, now starting to move. Nura Issa Isati Mohammed Asri in the white socks from Malaysia, now getting herself right up to the front of affairs. Coming up to 1 lap to go in our state championship final. Will anyone be able to catch the 2 Malaysians? Hope Harnedy has... It looks to be the closest challenger, but she will not get there. So Nura Issa Isati Mohammed Asri, the Malaysian rider, takes first place there, just ahead of her Malaysian teammate, Nur Alyssa Mohammed Farid. And then it was Imogen Gelbart, the first of the Australians, taking third place on the line. So that race there brought to you by High Spec Hydraulics and me, Tom McQuillan, one of the other sponsors of the racing today. It's been an absolutely wonderful day's track racing here at DISC. So our elite men's Keirin final riders getting into position now. Four riders from Malaysia in this one. 3 in the traditional black and yellow of the Malaysian national team. Azizul Hasni Awang in the black and red long sleeve jersey, midway up the track. One rider from Blackburn Cycling Club in the red long sleeves. The plain red is Nicholas Papadakis. And then the last man of the 6 to be mentioned, in the long yellow sleeves from Castlemaine Cycling Club, Zaran Fong Sutton. So it's Mohamed Zonis from Malaysia, who is the first one to take position behind the moto as they get started. Zaran Fong Sutton in the long yellow sleeves in second. Then it is the former world champion in this discipline and Olympic silver medalist, Azizul Hasni Awang, in third spot. Very good at staying aero is Azizul Awang. And 2 more of the Malaysians there, Muhammad Sarom and Muhammad Jasina. And then right on the back of the field in the colours of Blackburn Cycling Club with white socks and shoes is Nicholas Papadakis. So the Derny just about to swing away as we're into our final race of what's been an absolutely wonderful Bananas in Lycra Track Cycling Carnival here at DISC. A big thank you to all of those who have helped make today possible, the commissaires who are officiating on the racing, all of the generous sponsors who have given their time, their cash and their products to contribute to the wonderful prize pool, and of course all of the riders and supporters. So coming into 2 laps to go, we've still got 1 race left to decide before the end of the day. Mohamed Zonis is going to lead it out from the front here. One of his Malaysian teammates, I think that might be Jasina now, coming into second wheel, and Azizul Hasni Awang is well positioned right on the wheel of Nicholas Papadakis. 1 lap to go now. Papadakis, perhaps the best hope for the Australians, trying to challenge around the outside, but Azizul Hasni Awang, former Olympic silver medalist and world champion, comes up towards the line and comes away with the win. It's a pleasure to watch him work, Azizul Awang. The Keirin is his pet event and he shows why he's one of the world's very best at that. The final 200 metres covered in just 10.42 seconds, an average of 69.1 kilometres an hour. A valiant effort there from Nicholas Papadakis from Blackburn. He settles for second place. But if I'd gotten rolled by a former world champion, I wouldn't be too mad about it. And it was Muhammad Jasina, one of the Malaysian riders, finishing in third place.